You are alive.
Okay, so once the projector, should I turn off the projector?
If you would, please, that'd be great.
And I don't need to raise it anymore.
Correct. It should be set for last month.
You're right. Okay, so I press the power button and it's back to the Yeah. Okay, I'll just press it.
Hold on. Hold on.
It's okay. So like that's right. They have all this stuff. What is it?
This is the one without cord.
Oh, that's not good.
Nope.
Here I'm plugged.
Thanks.
I sent the link out to everybody, I think. Or Sean
Okay.
and Bruce Stevenson.
Which one? No idea which is the right
Did I take the wrong one?
one. I just don't know which is which now.
I took the one that was
I
on
know
the
there
list.
was, you took the wrong
I
one.
didn't take one. It should be the same.
The one that you took from there, you put up there?
Right. The three?
That was two. I'm not sure which is which.
You need to unplug it and unplug. The laptop should be charged anyways.
What should I do with the remote? There she is. There she moves.
That was the right one.
Let me check your laptop. Local language one is not. Okay, good. The voltage, we can watch the wattage on that one. $55. So it's not plugged in, I'm gonna go to the same plug, right? I know that Dell's, if it's got the wrong plug, it'll pop up saying, not the design plug.
Well, okay. Well, I think she had the wrong plug in, so it didn't pop up. Now I just mixed them up.
We'll check. We put the lesser one in, so it won't blow it up if it's not the right
Well,
one.
now we're gonna blow it up.
Are they both the same
They're
or
hooked up.
in stereo or how old is the other one? Okay. check the other one. Because this one doesn't have any type of educational.
Any special place you want to start stacking? Or the store, the bucket, just at the back somewhere where because it doesn't interfere with the water. Just that you, any of that. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
We were originally planning to go out tomorrow. Right.
Yeah.
So.
Pardon me.
No, the one cable was plugged in.
That's
When I
right.
took it out, I fixed the bug.
Oh.
But it doesn't say that.
Oh, then.
She said the other one said wrong cable, so I guess that doesn't say it.
It doesn't say.
Okay.
I told my doctor, my primary, when I have a coke addiction. I forgot to say cool.
I know you said cool because I figured it was.
Yeah.
So if you already have this. Oh, yeah.
My slide.
Absolutely, yeah.
So this is this machine up here. Okay.
Just put it up on the desktop. So that.
Yeah.
Now you
Oops.
said you didn't want to include it in the presentation.
I just need to give you a PDF version
Alright.
that's
Yeah, yeah,
that's a little
of
bit,
course.
probably a little bit limited.
No,
Not,
absolutely.
just don't take what, you know,
Yeah, no, absolutely.
That's
So
all.
I want, okay, so.
there's not really a problem with the drive. They always say that. It's fine. Yeah, so just don't, I just want them to not take
Yeah, just
this.
put it up there.
Yeah, I just want them to not take this
So,
and,
you know, I handle all this, so don't worry.
okay, great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's Jeff's laptop, but he won't.
Okay. I mean, I know Jeff too, but just, yeah, that's all.
Yeah.
That's all. I think a lot of people have that. I think actually they have that for other reasons, like legal reasons or whatever. I have, you know,
Right,
I don't actually, I'm not sure I have anything proprietary on this, but
right.
I
No,
need
why
to-
should somebody,
I just want to make sure that
yeah,
it's.
why should somebody, when I send anything out, I make it into a PDF.
Right. Yeah. And sometimes there are things that like have to get dropped for one week, you know, like
Right.
something gets changed or something mentions a client name that really should only be in a
Right.
presentation, not something that's like
Yeah.
distributed and, you know,
Right.
that kind of stuff. So that's the stuff I was worried about with the PDF. I just
That's good.
want to make sure they didn't take exactly what I had. All right. That should be fine. I'm just going to open and make sure that, you know, everything is fine. My fonts are fine. Everything's
Yeah.
happy. No, I'll give it to Matt. Yeah, that's what we're doing now.
Yeah, mine should be in.
Okay. Yeah, Matt's there. Mine has restricted fonts, which is fine because we're not editing them. That was the idea. Okay. And yeah, I'll get Matt's back up as soon as we're done here.
Yeah.
Good morning.
I'm from Pensacola, which is about 25 miles north.
Okay. So you have it in presenter mode, right?
Yeah, right now we're in presenter mode. We
Okay.
want to switch to a
Control
browser,
Alt Task.
Alt tab,
Alt
and it'll
tab.
open up any tabs you have. So let's get the internet started.
And I can just. Right there.
Oh yeah, Edge,
Where'd it go? Is it open in the background?
possibly.
Didn't even open, did it? Okay.
Windows 11 is really scary.
I noticed that yesterday. It should remember me. I'll just minimize. So if they're in, oh, that's in presenter mode. So if I would probably have to, where'd my mouse go? Move it over. Okay. That's what I wanted to see. Is that what they needed? Right? Is that where they were here?
I believe so.
Or they were in here, presenter. All right, let's hope I get that. All right, thanks. That's all I had to see. So,
Awesome.
yeah, because that's all I'm going to do is flip between the two and go back.
Wonderful. Makes it so simple. Yeah, I'm just putting in the dongle for the clicker.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, that's the one we always forget. And then we want to
So the USB port that's still free, we wanted to put somebody's slides on for my panel, not even mine.
Okay.
They change your order of things based on whatever.
Well, I have one USB-C. Let me go grab my adapter.
That's
and
for
then-
the-
So we just need to put it on for a second. We just need, yeah. I think we can do it now. Yeah, no, that's what I was thinking. I just think that's fine. I just think he's got, I just don't want to mess with what he's doing,
Right.
because I think,
I don't want to have all the presentations on here as well as a backup, so I don't use that.
yeah, no, I just don't
Just
know if there are any spare ports without taking something.
Right,
These things are like $50, and I lost. There's a fit when we lose them.
of course.
So I try to keep an eye on them.
Okay, I was gonna say, we can also just decide to,
I'd
take the
like
clicker
to-
out and put it back in, because
Yeah.
we're only just, we're just loading for a second, we're just
Yeah.
loading, so.
Yeah.
Whatever's easiest.
Yeah, okay.
Alright, so let's see.
Okay. Yeah, and it should read.
One.
It's called, yeah, that's the one. That's right.
Alright, oops. Says this folder's empty, that's a different story there.
Hang on.
One,
No, just
Two.
click on that, yeah.
two.
That's just my
Okay.
husband put it, so
Oh,
if it's
okay,
lost.
okay.
Good morning and
lost.
welcome
Okay.
to the Hilton Doubletree. 1, 2, 3.
This must be this
Yeah,
media thing.
that's
Oh,
it.
window, oh, I see, it's Windows, that's right.
Yeah.
Yours, that's correct. Should be fine here. Yeah, it's Windows. Yeah, I don't see that. It should be fine. It's
Yeah.
not a file format, you see, these
Yeah,
days you
yeah.
see MP4,
And then it was like, it came through intralinks, and I was getting all these emails and like passwords, and
okay.
it's amazing.
One of
Bank
the file
of
settings.
America, it's like.
Oh, because it came from.
Good morning.
Yeah, sorry.
Good morning and welcome to the Doubletree, Philadelphia, where your dreams come true.
You're hosting today.
I see you had your Coke.
Yes, I've had a shot.
I see you have a dream. Let's see what we got here. Definitely plays. Let's see what happens here. this one is, so this is, I think this is not, this is the AI coach thing, right? This is not the VR thing. It's the AI coach. There's something else.
This is the right one, right?
Yeah, no, it's definitely him. I think you
Oh,
mentioned doing
you
some
thought,
VR
I
parts
see.
too. I don't know.
Okay.
And I was curious to know how, we,
Right, right, you should, yeah.
I don't know if you
yeah.
can really do that. But so this is a demo of the
Okay, so it's,
coach. Okay, yeah, here we get to the VR. So he did the AI coach first, and then this was.
okay. So it's not on the screen, you just,
Yeah, that's
Okay.
a good question. No, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Let's
let's
you
check
do
it
need to
out.
check that. I feel fixated on what.
So just-
Sorry.
Yeah, shut up, yeah.
Sorry, Matt. Matt's out for now. All right. Okay. So now we're.
That's fine.
We gotta say, we don't have sound yet. Do we have laptop sound connected?
I don't think I've got that far.
Okay, no, sorry, we're just.
Thank you, just want to try this thing.
No problem.
It's not for the, it's for the second presentation, right? Yeah.
Yeah, the eight, whatever.
Okay, so we
that-
just
yeah.
have to.
Just leave it.
Yeah, right, perfect.
I'll go do that.
Oh, we need to switch the audio on the laptop from HDMI to the headphone jack. So click on the speaker. Oh, that's the display.
Oh, yeah, that's not what I intended. I was gonna say, I'm ready to just type.
The horn.
Yeah, I thought I did.
Oh.
Because it's a whole panel of all three.
Settings. Then we can do audio.
There's sound. All right, where to play sound, speak,
Headphones.
it's on headphones now.
The default.
Both of the headphones,
Speakers,
haven't
yeah,
touched
go
it
to
yet.
speakers.
Yeah, we can, do we want
Or do you want
speakers? We want,
Oh, I see.
Yeah. we don't
Mono,
want to go to the
audio.
Optima.
Choose
Go down.
a device for speaking, recording,
Yeah,
microphone.
that's
Pair
input, but
a
that's
new
input, though.
design
That's input.
device. Go down, maybe there's something else.
Look, this is really rich.
Let me make sure that you.
Yeah, all right, maybe as I say, so you definitely want headphones rather than speakers, right?
Yeah.
Although they, it thinks they're the same. It says Realtek audio for both. I'm not sure it thinks there's a difference.
All right, I'm not getting a signal from you.
Let me make sure that I'm. Right.
We had everybody moving cables yesterday for the VR thing.
Yeah, no, it's always something.
Technology is a wonderful thing. It'll either make you or break you.
Yeah.
All right, that's plugged in. We're still playing or?
I'm still playing. I don't know now. I don't know how much. So we go somewhere. Like, I don't know how much sound he has and when he has sound. So maybe there's not that much sound. I haven't heard it.
Okay.
So it may be that there's not even really any sound, and that's our problem. Let's do that here. So let's do this. So maybe it's actually that he just had no sound and he's fooling us here. Let's see. So, these are really things I want to play, but. All right, now I'm playing some random YouTube video which should have sound. Okay, it's a car commercial. That's the first thing I found. All right. Okay, so that seems good. Want to put the clip back on that I had?
Yes.
Let me put the guy's clip back on. All right. I think maybe that he just doesn't have sound here. It looks like there'd be sound, but there just isn't.
Are you supposed to be talking during the video?
It was just something he's going to play as a demo, and I think he's probably going to talk. Maybe he decides he's going to talk over it, and we can play, say. So I think that's fine. I think we're going to assume this is just what it is. Because obviously we obviously have sound. This just doesn't have any sound. All right. We'll confirm with him, but let's just assume. We played a video and it's fine, so I'm going to assume this is fine. All right.
Computer's not that precious. So.
I don't think so.
Did you actually close the browser earlier?
Oh, I did. That was somebody's presentation, somebody's other presentation. Should I not have done that?
Well, I'll get a hold of her just to make sure.
So,
We have a
some-
presenter that needs a web browser. I don't know what she had.
She had this.
Is it Margie? The lady with
Okay,
the.
this is,
The blonde lady?
Yeah, the blonde lady, right, with the
Okay.
black pants, I
Alright.
think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. This is the one that, this is the link that was up.
okay.
Must be.
Okay, so you're good, David?
So we're good. Yeah, I think
What
we,
about the sound?
we don't seem to have, the sound of the here is fine. It seems that he may just not have sound. He may just,
Oh, that's right.
like there
because
are
the panel
talking,
is right.
but he may just have decided to
Well,
do it without sound.
He did, I think, now that you say, it, because he said it's gonna play in the back.
Okay, yeah, no, I think that's, I wasn't clear on whether he was gonna, you
That's a
know,
good point.
yeah, I wasn't-
Okay.
yeah. I would have easily believed he recorded it with sound and we could decide whether to show it or not show it, and apparently that is not true. So
Okay.
we tested that the sound works with
Okay.
other videos.
Okay, perfect.
And it seems that we'll just be.
Okay, awesome.
All right, so I
Okay.
think we are actually set. Is that possible?
Thank you.
Okay. My own comment then.
This is your warm-up session, right?
Good morning.
Yeah.
Next to arrive on track 3, section A, the 745 local to Trenton, making all stops but Eddington.
We have 4 people on site, so we basically have, on a full-time basis, we have one full-time person, I guess, you know, well, it's not, actually, that's not.
Eddington will be a handicap location.
Um,
We will not be stopping. You will be tucking and rolling out the door.
Can do project work too, she has just background in, she's a background in instructional design, but she kind of took over the conference, so.
Good morning, good evening, good night.
Her job, she, her official title.
This is the DoubleTree Hilton. 1, 2, 3.
And Laura definitely puts time into it. We are, and is.
Good morning, good evening, good night.
Years and she's most.
1, 2, 3.
One of hers, so she's got, you know, 10 to 30% time pending, and then we've got a handful of other people playing a role, and then a bunch of people on set. This year we've actually got volunteers, like see a dance connection, who can do like the
Okay,
little from the Zoom sessions and stuff, which would be really nice. If we support. Okay, sorry.
thumb drive. Did you need that thumb
Oh, I
drive?
think that's the one that's Sharice.
Okay.
You want the drive back?
Yeah, if it's not Bluetooth.
Yeah. That's the one that's plugged into the USB-C.
Yeah, I wanna-
Yeah.
I want to eject it before unplugging it.
You want to be safe. And I stopped being safe on that one on yours, though. It just never seemed to matter. I mean, otherwise I paid really close attention. And, you know, but that one it's wise.
I've lost too much data.
Yeah, well, once we got some like, yeah. Oh, yeah, once we got some Windows, you know, I don't know.
And I'm starting.
You put one way, you get kind of stuff. Okay, I didn't get talked about enough. But yeah, I see things. I see blue screens, I call it blue screens.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was.
What was actually pop-ups for
Yeah, that's a
the
good idea.
What did you do?
Yeah, yeah. And, post manufacturing.
Yeah.
Site.
I don't really see anything, but I'd like to see this a little more. Okay, I'm kind of just, you know, here, you know, or in this room, we go in this room, and then I go, you know, on you know, 1:15 training after you pop in at 12:30, and then there you go. And if I don't have to make, I have. I think it's got to be.
I got myself scheduled for 2 weeks to do a city tour of Boston, my son. He's okay, he doesn't know. And I'm planning on going to Staten Island during summer, we got a picture of this happening. When I was his age, we had a field trip at school.
Yeah.
We actually got to go to the ground, I don't know how far out we could go. And he goes in there.
What you do, yeah, there you go. I know yours, yours things. Yours things.
So you're not going to fall.
And here. Here. And that's what they say, the tourists think, you know, the things that other are, they're good with the things that tourists do, kind of like, you know, don't pay attention to on a day-to-day basis, but like, you know, you know.
Morning, Kurt.
See you guys. Good, yeah, how's it going? I know, but I'll be there a lot today, so.
Yes.
Alright. Pretty good. So, we all set, we all got the name,
Is that right?
is ours, or is that history? I can't see what.
I don't mind. I don't have my glasses on.
I have the point now, I've always had contacts since I was 18, but reading is a whole different story now, so. I have my reading glasses.
Looks good.
Alright, yeah, looks good. Okay.
And do you want me to, see, I forget, are you doing your panel after, right?
No, it goes right after Matt.
Come up, introduce you.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, that's great, yeah, it's just Matt's thing, and then we're next, and then breaks after. But yeah, no, it's a good group, they'll be, you know. Talk about, and then I guess we have to adjust, do I have to adjust the camera? People? You got that?
Pivoting down. Okay. Panel's not right.
Okay, all right, cool.
Okay, that's the kind of.
Seems too good to be true.
We are all hot.
You know, and I can't really, they're not on gravity, it's like, you know, like, right now, it's just still like, you know, I can't ask them, it's not even until like, special world. So that's good, so we did, some other people, yes. Maybe, I think that's probably. There's a lot of, I don't know why, but we have this year, we have 7 things going on, one is a lot. Never have one time. Only 3 of them. And then we do also, session changes from, you know, will take off this infrastructure, that they take, you know, a lot of time. Exactly, we got someone to do the track, especially when it's, like, we've got to live without that, when you would know when they're going to figure it out. I think, you know, it's just sort of accurate. You know, some of our smaller computers, like small rooms, they have a microphone, so you need USB versus, you know, your voice projection, I can do that, I can voice 20 people. But with, that they have to be broadcast as well, that's what I'm trying to stand on. Volunteer plan is the, I can very excited. Which has its pros and cons. You know, the academic side, it's all no easy. So the academic side, they expect it, especially in Europe. They really seem to think. So, you know, so it's something that's pretty normal. So they don't have to write paper. Anyone can write paper. Often scan it, write paper. Yeah. They get publication, publisher. So that's usually easy. The people from presenters so some of them.
Good morning. 1, 2, 3. Good morning. 1, 2, 3. Welcome to the Hotel Doubletree, a place where your dreams can come true.
more of a researcher, but she also does documentation. You know, we try to get people who can show things and contact things. No, it's just a research study. It's interesting growth. You know, we have Dell, we have Cisco, we have Google, we have Peloton, we have a bunch of very across the board. Like I think we're on the business side, anyone in LD really makes sense. You know, it's had higher ups and had more info than we want to make sense. And outside of some vendor people, we don't get it. It's kind of not sure. We just don't have it. How can people trust me? That's such a generic sorry. I think for our group, whatever they begin with is like everybody's interested in our, you know, 100 folks right now. They're growing, so I think work like even if we don't mind, it's like, oh, you want thousands. If we're something like us, you know, they want to see more like a learning conference. That's good, that's sort of the right. We usually get someone, but they're usually kind of, you know, small players.
So we have a panel vote first, or
What's that?
is it a panel vote first?
No, it'll be a vote percent. Yeah, so, yeah, and then the panel after.
Basically, when it's one side, especially that. And there were no conferences, there were no conferences. You know, you see a little leading in and the other ones. You used to, you know, you go to like STD conferences. It was like people are, you know, for my conference, they didn't know. They don't, they didn't really know what the research is. Basically, they would think there were people here that understand. It exists, you know, who are the students, right? It's like, well, I mean, they're professionals, and the students, they have to do goals, much more skill-based, and technology, but it's, you know.
Now it's probably changed.
It's changing, but it's still, yeah, it's much, I mean, you know. She's totally, like, she's not that academic, I guess that's it. She really just didn't know, like, she was in, learning for universities. She was like a warm up. She was like, it was like, wait, so if we, so what's the story? You know, like, but if we take these classes, like, what are these active classes? They're, you know. What, like, why start out? I mean, I started really doing this on the camp. Like, there was nobody bringing these groups together. No, but Columbia was glad to. So, I've been more and more involved in Columbia, you know, which is so mostly Colonel, sometimes because I really have a lot of students, so it's not multi-faculty. I do enjoy it. I think I like, you know, maybe overloaded on masters, at least master's thesis advisor this time. I feel like, you know, I'm really nice advanced, I should be glad to hang out. Sometimes it's like, I had 3, I didn't, you know, it was not something really unique. So, yeah, so. The teaching is big. Right, like when you're, that's part of your job. When you're not job, like it was something, you know, figured out anyway that's fine. You know, I know.
Okay. Yeah.
We started conference now. So, videos and all that. Most of the students are.
I know we're gonna. I think we're trying to get up. See how long. Yeah, the job. There's only 8 o'clock.
Yeah, I'm sure it's just, I mean, it's supposed to be. Yeah, we're gonna first. That's kind of right. I think it's good. Yeah, certainly the 1200 session jobs. And then I do particularly
See you soon.
popular talks.
I'm good.
You know, the smaller ones. So I think that's where we have to go.
Okay. I'll just have to. Something always
Good to see you, man. No. Oh, very nice. Like this. Yeah.
So you're all set up. And I'm right home. Actually, so because we have. So I hope that's okay. Somebody stood down, if it's really important, you can do that. Would you like to go down?
I like to
You
move
like,
around,
okay,
but
then I have to have.
but I'll work with you guys.
You
Let's
sure?
make this
Okay,
easy.
okay. Because he has it doesn't show too well on the live streaming, so. And there's the remote. Oh, probably not. Yeah. No.
Even if I have to advance it on this slide, that should. But it sounds like I'm kind of confined to the panel.
Yeah.
How do you face this, man? Yeah.
It was.
We have people that are lots of.
Like that,
It only works because I came up here. I didn't come up here, it would never work. It's scared of me.
Yeah.
I agree. You know, and it's a big, do, yes. I have not sent them to anybody. You know. Yours, just read these up, and I'll send them to you. I'll send them to all of you. Which
It's nothing that you said or that didn't hear you say about that. To go register my vote.
Maybe it was like switch around and. And then. So places not where it is. It was fine. Yeah.
There's something to be out. So let's work through this.
All right, good morning. Hello. All right, good morning, Philadelphia. All right, everybody. Not quite as dramatic as Robin Williams, I'm guessing here. So, yeah, I could try again, but then it might make people really, I'm sure a lot of us haven't had enough coffee to laugh quite yet, but so a few more of our friends coming in. Good morning, everybody. So welcome to day 2. So hope you guys had a nice evening. I don't know if you got out. I got out and walked for a few miles. Ended up in the, I don't know if I'm saying it right, the Rittenhouse Park or something like that. That's west of here. There was a bunch of young people dancing, doing all kinds of crazy things, and so felt weird. I was recording them because my son is actually thinking about moving here with his girlfriend once they graduate. So I sent him the video and I thought, wait, maybe I shouldn't do this because this could be incentive for him to move. So we'll see. So anyway, so yeah, day 2, I get to kick it off. So I was thinking last night and this morning a little bit around what are sort of the 5 things that stood out for me from yesterday. And, top of my list is one, reconnecting with some people that I haven't seen in person for a few years. That's always special. And then secondly, just making new connections. A lot of new people here for the first time. Maybe you joined virtually for the first time in person and getting to meet you. So that was great. And just learning about what you guys are doing and building some new connections for sure. Thirdly, I really appreciate the deep dive that we did on several sessions about sort of the working and leading efforts in a hybrid environment and some of the challenges around that, opportunities, and really inspired by the innovation, the thinking, the thoughtfulness, and the impact that we're all trying to make in our day-to-day work. So that was really stood out for me. Fourth, I really gained a new perspective on and new rebranding basically on this thought of a reshuffle, and kind of new perspective, new way of looking at that. And so definitely feel like I have some good ideas and thoughts on perspective I could bring back to my work. And then fifth, I just want to say thank you, Susie, for a new appreciation for people that don't necessarily understand very well, especially new appreciation for my own wife, who is an opposite person and who we get along great. We've been together, it'll be 30 years next May, and get along very well, but we are definitely opposites in the ways you described. So that was a great appreciation. So thank you for that. That was impactful for me, and I think something I hope to bring back to my office too. So day 2, what's in store today? Well, we have a bit of a sprint, right? If you look at the agenda, we got one break. We're on doing this for till 12:30. I'm excited. We're going to get a deeper dive and focus on technology today. A couple sessions on that. And then really, a few sessions focused on team development, leadership development, individual development. So I think you're going to hear some really good case studies and some examples on how our partners and colleagues are doing it. And I suspect you'll take lots of nuggets back with you from this as well. So that's my perspective on day 1 and day 2. I hope you're pausing a moment to do the same for yourself and thinking about what you want to take back and create an action plan that, I don't know about you, but after 2 days, I get tired, I go back, and then Wednesday, you get the off, tomorrow, today's Wednesday, excuse me, it'll be Thursday. So Thursday will be like a day just catching up. Friday is Friday, and then next week you'll be like, gosh, what did we cover in that conference? So definitely keep notes on that. So logistically, you only want to just touch base on the survey, so just keep that in front of you as you progress. We'll definitely use that feedback as we shape up what we want to do for the next session. All right, great. There's that, what are you supposed to say? No further ado. If only, Angel got its wings every time that was said, maybe. So I get to introduce someone who I've met countless times at this conference and virtually as well. A person who has had this role too as chairperson, I believe, and passionate leader, enthusiastic presenter, someone who's a learning and development professional, business person, and a great coach too. So Matt Petriel works with Vanguard, and he's going to come up to the podium now and talk about some of his work. So Matt, please join me.
Thank you for the kind words. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm guessing you can hear me okay, and it's not too loud. Thank you for the thumbs up. Audience participation is great. So even if it feels awkward because I'm up here, let me know. Raise your hand, interrupt me. We'll make this conversational. I'm here to share and learn, as I know many of you are as well. It was some 10 or 12 years ago where I sat, where I was sitting again just a moment ago when I first was introduced to this conference. And the reason I keep coming back is because the people, the topics, the engagement, the intimacy, and the learning. So I'm happy to give back, as I always get so much. And again, it was great seeing you, Curtis, and a lot of people that I've engaged with over the years, like David and Bernie and several others that I know I will and have bumped into as well. Matt Petriello, I work at Vanguard. I've been there almost 23 years. I wasn't even out of college when I started working at Vanguard. I had no idea what a mutual fund was. And for those of you wondering what Vanguard is, we are a mutual fund company. So I came into a finance organization with very little idea of not only what I was going to do when I grew up, but what the company I was serving was doing. I literally bought a book at Borders Books and Music, which is now out of business, days before my first job, and tried to read up on what is mutual funds and what does that mean. But in 1975, a man named Jack Bogle founded Vanguard with the idea, and I'll keep this very high level, that we could create a way for people to invest and keep more of what they're saving. At the highest level, Vanguard is owned by the funds it keeps. And so if you invest in a fund at Vanguard, you are a co-owner. I, as an employee, we call ourselves crew members. There is a nautical theme at Vanguard we'll talk about. Never have to be torn between what is right for the investor and maybe what my boss wants, or an outside or inside management company. It is, if it's right for the investor, we do it. If it isn't, we don't. And that's the atmosphere I grew up in. So that's a little bit about Vanguard. That's a little bit about me. Really, today is about Vanguard and my journey with team intelligence. What does that mean for us as an organization? Where are we in our growth as far as being able to define and articulate what this really means? And what can we collectively share and learn about regarding how teams perform? And there's been a lot of research done on productive, engaged, high-performing teams over the years. So I'm looking to share, hear from you, and talk about how this impacts learning and development in the world of finance and elsewhere. This is our mission statement. So about a year and a half ago, I was asked, I've had many roles at Vanguard: corporate trainer, learning and development manager, instructional design manager, leadership performance consultant, and now I head up what we call team intelligence. And for years, Vanguard has focused on teams, but not in a concerted, measurable way. And about 3 years ago, we instituted a new way of process management called New Ways of Working, which might be an old way of working for most people. It was new for Vanguard. So NWOW stands for New Ways of Working. And one of the tenets of New Ways of Working is, how do we enable effective, diverse, high-performing teams. So I set about this mission statement after doing a lot of research on what's been done in other companies, and then I began to experiment. What does this mean for Vanguard? And I'd love to just share at a very high level some team-related stats. Many of this probably won't be a surprise to you. Since the time we're young, we're involved in teams in some way, shape, or form. And those teams create cultures and atmospheres, whether it's our family, our friends, neighborhood people that we play sports with, sports teams. Then when we get into maybe our first work culture, corporate America, or the global workforce, we begin to notice that we can get a heck of a lot more done with others, even if we prefer to work alone. And you don't have to take my word for this. Thousands of studies for hundreds of years have been done on what makes a team high performing. And no doubt all of you right now can think of mediocre teams you were on in your life, high performing teams, and poor, maybe even toxic teams. And what we're looking for is not a group of high performers per se, but a high performing team. What's that special sauce that makes for an engaged, high performing environment when people come together? So I borrowed these statistics from a vendor that we're working with. I'll tell you a little bit more about them as we progress through, but a lot here about how teams show up and impact the workforce. Open to your questions and reactions too throughout. So Vanguard's mission statement is pretty clear. Take a stand for our investors and give them the best chance for financial success. And for years, Vanguard has done a lot internally to help its crew. Again, nautical theme. I don't eat in a cafeteria at work, I eat in a galley. We don't have a work store, we have a chandlery. I'm not an employee, I'm a crew member. So even our buildings are named after various ships from the Battle of the Nile. Our founder was very much into British naval history, and it really permeates the culture in many ways. So for years, we focused on our crew by helping out our leaders. Great investment in professional development. When you become a leader, you're enrolled in a series of programs, you're given coaches, support to help you and your team. Similarly, we were doing a lot to help crew members in general. So leadership development, big focus. Professional development, big focus. But what were we doing when leaders and crew come together? We hope when that takes place, the group is greater than the sum of the parts. We create something that couldn't get done on its own. And frankly, as we looked around, we didn't have a lot at our organization for teams. There was a lot of disparate offers over the years. Like maybe you take this assessment, or maybe you call this vendor when you want to do something. But let me put it this way. Teaming was relegated to something you do at an offsite, not something you do day in and day out. And I'll ask you to reflect on what your own teaming experience feels like. You know, when are those times where you really feel invested in, not necessarily as a leader or professional, but as a member of a cohesive unit? What does that feel like and mean for you? And I can tell you, although we offered things over the years, there was nothing concerted and measurable. So when I came in and was asked to lead team intelligence, it wasn't just, what are we going to do to help people at their offsites? It's how do we shift a mindset around this? Take performance management, for instance. A lot is talked about around performance management, how often it should be done. Should we have year ends? Should we not have year ends? I'm not here to argue that one way or another, but most people will agree if performance management only happens at mid-year or year end, it's not effective. It's the day in, day out engagement. Matt, here's something that went well. Matt, here's something I'd like to see you work on. Matt, let's talk about how you're feeling in this role. Not everything has to be an hour or 3-hour conversation where both parties write a report in advance. And if it's done in little bits, day by day, small things over time have a big impact. At the center of Vanguard's mission and our, if you will, our impetus for existence and how we get things done is something we call the flywheel. And really, noticed we weren't engaging the flywheel. Imagine this big wheel that takes a lot of work to get spinning. But eventually, the weight and momentum of it moving picks up speed, and it begins to carry itself and move on its own. The flywheel, this idea that employees are at the center, crew are at the center of our flywheel, powers everything that we do. But we weren't doing enough to engage the teams at the center of our flywheel. And teams is a loaded term. I use the metaphor, the example of an iceberg, because there's what you see on the level. Oh, a group of people, and they might be smiling or sitting next to each other, even chatting and collaborating. But what's going on beneath the surface? How do you understand and recognize and engage that? So really my task was, what's going on in the world, in the industry with regards to team intelligence? What can we beg, borrow, and steal? What will work for us and what won't? And how can we package in a way that's scalable and measurable and has impact? So that's been my last year and a half. And there were a couple of things that floated to the top as I reflected on what does team intelligence mean for our organization? And maybe what are we still trying to figure out and collaborate around? And a lot of this is based on great research that's been done over the last couple of years. Google's Project Aristotle. If you're not familiar with it, I'll share a little bit. If you are, I won't bore you with it, but it's something that I recommend you check out when it comes to team intelligence. Also, a book written by Daniel Coyle in 2018 called The Culture Code. Again, extensive research in some of the best performing global teams currently and in the last 20 years were studied at length. And not just how smart are these people? How educated are these people? How experienced are these people? In fact, none of those experience, tenure, wisdom, intelligence had anything to do with how well a team succeeds. So what we started to look for is how can we equip, adapt, and engage teams? And we know they're successful when they're diverse, they leverage shared language. So diverse isn't just, we don't all look the same, or we don't all think the same. It's, how do we make sure there might be different people invited to the table, but what are we doing to engage each other and create a safe environment? More on that in a minute. Shared language. When I say safety, Curtis knows what I'm talking about. I think I heard Curtis say the term opposite in his opening speech. And my plans were to be here yesterday. And I was actually called to support Vanguard in this actual space very last minute. So I wasn't able to make day one. Now, I have an assumption of what opposite person means in my head, but I don't really know for sure. Will I look into it? Yes, I will. But language can be a great connector. It can also be a great separator. So while Curtis is going on and on trying to make a connection, I'm like, what does that mean? I think I know. So shared language is extremely important. We know what the other person is talking about. We maintain and create psychological safety. More on that in a minute. And we debrief. We're not just looking ahead, but great teams look behind. And I don't mean they live in the past, but there are a lot of studies that show that teams are 30 to 35% more productive when they retro, when they take instances of initiatives, projects, and meetings and break them down afterward. How did that go? You don't have to spend weeks or even days or hours. What's one thing that went well? What's one thing that didn't? What might we do differently? They learn from their mistakes. Think of a football team or a soccer team watching a video afterward or even in preparation for a game and saying, oh, there's where we made a mistake. Look what we missed. But a lot of times in business, not necessarily in sports, both teams, in business, we're not looking back. We're constantly looking forward. Again, not a bad thing. It's, do you take enough time to occasionally look back and say, would we do anything different? Would we change our game plan? Questions so far?
I'm looking at the Google Aristotle. It looks like you captured all of the Aristotle terms. Was there anything from that you found?
Yeah, thanks for the question. In case you didn't hear, looks like I captured a lot from Google's Project Aristotle. It's true. I think it was probably ingrained in me even before I started this work, because their study goes back a couple of years, and I'm going to talk about that in just a moment. But believe it or not, I also separated myself from the work for a while, did a lot of other research, read Daniel Coyle's book, connected with a lot of other organizations that are investing in team intelligence, and wrote this maybe months separate. And I believe the only term that I may have picked up from them, although they didn't coin the phrase psychological safety, was psychological safety. But yes, then when I went back and read it, I was like, ooh, a lot of parallels. And I'll tell you what, there are a lot of parallels between what Google's done and what Daniel Coyle writes about. And they were happening in some cases contemporaneously, but in other cases not. What we find is, even if we go back 25 to 50 years in behavioral psychology research, these same themes come up with regards to teams. And a lot of people are very quick to accept them in sports, but not in business. It's like, well, sports is one thing. Yes, you coach each other, but not in business. I don't want to be told that I'm out of my lane or I'm doing the wrong thing. Please, I'm a professional. Meanwhile, plenty of other professionals making hundreds of millions of dollars are constantly being coached in the moment every day. But at work, please, I got this. I'm good. I'll call you if I need you. It's the strangest thing. I'm also fascinated by it. Love the question. Keep them coming. So what the heck is Project Aristotle? So Google spent millions of dollars and multiple years trying to get at what I think I called earlier the secret sauce of high-performing teams. Is it people who like each other? Is it people who are really smart? Is it people who are really good at their job? Is it people who golf together on the weekends? They had lists, hypotheses of what they thought it was. They were wrong every single time. In fact, what they found was that teams can actively dislike one another. Let me be more specific. People on teams can actually dislike one another and still be high performing. And if you're doubting this for a moment, think of some of your favorite sports teams. Do all professional players on the soccer pitch, the cricket field, the basketball court love each other or even like each other? But when they get in that environment, they produce results. Now, I'm not saying you should go out and try to create a team of people that don't like one another. It helps if you like each other. But Google was wrong in assuming that would be a major driver. By the way, neither was intelligence. It wasn't like, do you have the smartest people? Do you have the most capable people? None of that was true. The number one reason, years of research and millions of dollars, was psychological safety. And if you're sitting there going, what the heck is psychological safety? It sounds like business speak. I'll break it down in two ways. First is Google terminology. Google said psychological safety is two different things. It's ostentatious listening and equal parts conversational turn-taking. So let's break that down a little further. Ostentatious listening is literally going out of your way to be just shy of obnoxious in how you're listening. It's eye contact, nodding. I'm trying to do this with all of you. And I appreciate when you do it with me. It makes me more engaged as a speaker and as a human being. We're highly social creatures. Please don't be offended by me calling you a creature. I mean that in the best way. I'm a creature too. I'm a human being. I'm very proud of that. I'm highly social, even as an introvert. Highly social. I am absolutely an introvert. Absolutely an introvert. I am a highly expressive introvert, as I learned through an assessment that we did through Team Intelligence last week, but absolutely an introvert. I will go into what I call a zombie coma later today as I'm leaving the city. But we look for each other. We look at each other for cues and clues constantly. And if I looked out in the audience every single time and all of you were looking down or away, it would impact my performance. That's extremely important and happens in teams constantly. Picture yourself, whether it's virtually or in a room with your team. And as you look around the room and you're presenting or sharing an important idea and you're getting vulnerable, if people are looking away, looking at their phones, yawning, we've all experienced this in some way, shape, or form. You feel less engaged. You feel less safe. And now if it's easier to remember the term psychological safety, just take away psychological. It's safety. Human beings crave safety. Daniel Coyle talks about this in his book, The Culture Code. We cannot truly perform, whether it's on the basketball court or in the office, unless we feel safe. So our brain is constantly looking for cues of safety. Did someone nod when I say that? Were they smiling? Did they approve? Were they listening? Were they making eye contact? The other part was equal parts conversational turn-taking. Think about your teams. Is it always the same player dominating? Is it always the same person or persons talking, chewing up the airwaves? That also takes away from psychological safety. Now, I'm not saying we take every meeting and divide it up by the amount of people and everybody gets 7.3 minutes to talk. What I mean is, over time, over the course of a working relationship as a team, does everybody feel heard and have the chance to share? Especially if it's a dissenting opinion. That's what Google's research, Daniel Coyle's work, and work going back to white papers written even 25 years ago confirm when it comes to teams. And folks are always waiting for this big reveal. Like, here it is, here are all the statistics. Google listed 5 things: dependability, structure and clarity, meaning and impact. Those are all important. But number one driving everything was psychological safety. Are you soliciting the input and options from the group in equal parts? Are you sharing information about your style and personal preferences and sharing others to do the same? How do you make it safe psychologically for other people to come to the table and perform their best? Even if it's saying up front, I don't know what I'm doing. Think of Matt 23 years ago at Vanguard. I don't know what a mutual fund is. Are you going to fire me? When are you going to find this out and let me go? So not only am I going through onboarding training in my first 3 months, I'm also looking for clues constantly. When am I going to be found out that I'm a fraud? Now, granted, I'm trying to ramp up and learn as well. But when I get encouragement and support from the group, I start to chill and focus more on actually learning my job. Reactions, questions, disagreements.
Matt, maybe just a quick comment. I was interested in your perspective on the works of Simon Sinek as well as a lot of work around teams that the military has done around resiliency and teams and safety. So just your thoughts on that.
Love the question. I'll definitely loop that in. Keep me honest. Simon Sinek puts a lot on the leader, and I don't disagree with him. And when you're thinking about teams, and I'll show you a couple of things here that really, you're taking me in, which is beautiful. Thank you. When I thought about this, I was like, geez, there's so much we could do. How do we temper ourselves? And this is the temptation of a lot of companies. You want to do something new? Let's try all these different things, and there's so many different ways. And again, I'm going to go back to the core research here, and I think you're going to find this very valuable. A great teaming approach doesn't take a lot. What it takes more than anything is consistency. Again, I'll come back to small behaviors over time have big impact. What are you doing day in and day out consistently that adds up? And Simon Sinek focuses a lot on the leader's role in creating a servant environment, a vulnerable environment, a leaders eat last environment. And I want to be very clear, when it comes to teaming, the leaders are not solely responsible, but the leaders hold a huge role in setting the tone. So I was starting to think of like, well, how do we define a team and what are all the different things that we can offer people? And again, let's go back to like high level. When people hear team building, they think of things like happy hour, axe throwing, ping pong, trust falls, and maybe even a series of psychometric and team-based assessments, social assessments. And those are all team building, but that's not it. And in my role, I still get a lot of calls, and I was sharing this with Shireen the other day. It's like, oh, we have team building next week, Matt, can you come in? And it's like, yeah, what have you been doing for the last couple of weeks or months? We've been working, but we finally have some time to do teaming. And that's my biggest goal. It's shifting the mindset around, again, teaming is something you do at offsites. Let's go throw axes and we'll have drinks and it'll be great. And I hope those aren't happening simultaneously. But the whole idea is, yes, please do all those things. Go throw axes or play ping pong. Have fun together. Fun is extremely important for teams. There's no but. It is. Also, what are you doing in the in-between? Not every day needs to be axe throwing. But where are those little moments where you can contribute to psychological safety, where you can provide clarity? And what we try to do is break that down for the organization. So this might be a little difficult to see. I know we're going to share the slides. Let me just paint a very big picture. We weren't looking at teams as a group of 7 people who work together. That's part of it, yes. We were trying to really break down teams. And to the question that came up earlier, Stanley McChrystal wrote a book called Team of Teams, which also gets into high-performing teams, in this case in the military. So when we talked about teams, we were like, what are the most important aspects of teams to focus in on? And this is where we landed, at least for now. 1, the crew or the employees. How do we support employees within a team? And what does that support look like? And is it any different for the support we give to the leader? Because again, if folks like Simon Sinek are saying leader is paramount, leader sets the tone, leader eats last, okay, what are we doing to help the leader out? And then the team of teams. Sometimes you might be on a team, but you know there's a sister or brother team right next to you doing the same work. Different people, same work, same objective. There might be 15 of those teams all rolled up in a division. And then, of course, a core team itself. So what I began to do was research potential solutions we can experiment with. And Shireen, not to put you on the spot, but give me the 5-minute warning whenever I'm getting close. I realized I didn't actually set my watch today. So I'm wearing a watch, but it's 5 o'clock. Very nice. Very nice. So I'm not going to explain what all of these are, but if you'd like to connect offline, I would be happy to, really. I'm going to highlight a few and talk about how being able to drop a few of these in over the course of a team's life cycle has huge impact over time and how people react. So things like vendor tools, psychometric assessments, one-on-one coaching with the leader, team coaching with the team, setting team norms, and yes, having fun like playing ping pong and occasionally throwing axes, help contribute to an environment around not just why you're doing something, not just what you're doing, but the all-important how. Teaming is how you get things done. And folks typically in business are so focused on the what and the why, they miss the how. And the beauty is you get to script that. And that's what Simon Sinek and others talk about, and Stanley McChrystal. There isn't this perfect playbook that's like, oh, you're a team, here's exactly what you do. You certainly don't sit back and say, I'm going to let the leader decide. A good leader encourages the whole team to own what the norms are and the working procedures. So we're going to take one slice of this pie. So if we think back to the previous slide, there were 4 quadrants of that circle, all different aspects of teams. I'm just going to highlight one aspect, which is probably what I work with the most. Single teams in the organization that call me in, either for a consultation, a series of support initiatives over time, or a one and done. Matt, we want you to run this assessment and talk to us about it. Matt, we want you to sit with us and see how we're performing and give us feedback. Questions so far? So here's where things get interesting or murky. a lot of what is done in the professional development, learning and development, and I've been in this space for 15 plus years, is what's the ROI? And we all know this. You know, how do we know this is worthwhile? How do we know this is driving outcomes? And what my boss and I are always very clear to say, and we mean it, is this team intelligence work is in service of your business goals. It's not something separate. Again, it's not axe throwing after hours. You want to succeed on your goals? This will help you do that in a more engaged and effective way. So I started thinking about how can we help shape that mindset. And two tools that I'm highlighting here are both from the same vendor. They're out of Canada. They're called Valence. They used to be called Shift. They changed their name in October. Same company, but we've been working with them for about the last 3 years. This is not a Shift or Valence presentation. It's just highlighting two tools to help us think about how we scaled this in our organization. And my thought process was this: utilization drives behavior, behavior drives outcomes. Think of New Year's resolutions. At the beginning of the year, or at any point in the year, you might be tempted to take on several new goals, multiple goals. But the research continues to show that very few people by February or March are still executing on their New Year's resolutions. And we're much more likely to follow through if there are fewer of them. Not like, I'm going to read a book a month, I'm going to lose 10 pounds, I'm going to, and the list goes on and on. It's like, can you pick one or two? Because you're more likely to follow through and succeed. That's why. That's the behavioral science behind how human beings work. If I want to lose 10 pounds before I get back to the office and I'm already too late, I can't just have the thought. Thought's great. There's the goal. Okay, now Matt, thematically you want to lose weight. What are the steps that are going to help you get there, and how are you going to measure that? And so I might decide to use a treadmill day in and day out, or a series of weight machines. Okay, great. Getting on those day in and day out builds behaviors. Behaviors are sticky. And over time, behaviors drive outcome. You lose weight. You feel more healthy. You get up earlier. You drink more water. So I'm not going to walk you through all the tools that Valence has, but two of the top ones we use at the organization. One is a team health assessment, and the other one is a psychometric assessment. Are you an introvert or an extrovert? And what dimensions do you have in there? And when we get the insight from both the individual and the team. So what is it like to be an individual on this team? And let's please not lose that. We don't want you to be a cog in the wheel. You're an integral part of this team. You have an identity. How do you show up? That's the psychometric assessment. Then, when all these unique individuals get together collectively, what type of environment does that create? Do we have fun? Do we not have fun? Are we productive in our meetings? Or are we not? Are we constantly protecting our egos? All these things are important. Valence gives us insight into this, and we can offer this to our 2,500 supervisory orgs at the company who can engage with this tool. And we found that as more folks use the tool, like a Stairmaster or a Peloton, as more folks use the tool, they develop behaviors. Oh, we should check on our team health. Oh, we should see how our meetings are doing this month compared to the last 3 by retaking this assessment. Look how we've grown. It drives behavior. Over time, behavior drives outcomes. Those behaviors add up. We're executing on our goals faster. We're talking more and learning more and getting things done in a way that involves more folks in the organization if we need to, and so forth. And it's been incredible how over the last couple of years, teaming at Vanguard went to this something you do at an offsite to folks literally, my phone ringing off the hook or my Microsoft Teams chat going off the hook, where a couple of years ago it was like, yeah, once every 6 months we go out and we drink and or we have dinner together and we play ping pong, and then we meet again in 6 months. But everything in between is like business, business, business. And I wanted to share some of these numbers with you. And as I look to wrap up, how we package this for the organization. Well over 8,000 employees at Vanguard have used this tool since we piloted it in 2019. In 2021 alone, 6,400 separate global employees engaged in the tool suite. Now, the tool suite is just one aspect of our overall team intelligence offer, but it helps give folks easy and quick, accessible access to the idea of teaming and to scale it. I don't have to go around to every 2,000 plus team at the organization and facilitate for them. I can't do it. Right now, I'm a team of one, a high-performing team of one. I like to think, but I just can't do it. So it was like, how do we help scale the philosophy and set people up for success? And these are the tools. 408 Aligns. Align is the team health assessment. Folks, where before they had no information, being able to say, oh, we're strong in these areas, we're not in these. And here's what we can do to fix that. Retake, see success. 447 habits. This is where the rubber meets the road. Behavior is key. Not having the thought, I'd love to lose weight. I'd love to be more healthy. I'd love to run the Broad Street. Which, if you're not from the area, this exact street was home to a 10-mile race on Sunday. But what am I going to do to get there? Hey, teams, what are your norms to help you execute on what and why you exist? 447 habits created in the last year alone to help teams see through their norms and goals. Utilization drives behavior, behavior drives outcomes. And then when we think of packaging this, so like, Matt, great, I get it intellectually. What does this look like for me and as a team? And again, if this is difficult to read given the distance, this will be shared. But we really tried to fall into that all familiar forming, storming, norming, performing phase to help teams understand. Maybe this doesn't work for every single team, but for most, they get to see, and I can consult with them in advance, change things, tweak, get an idea of where they are on their teaming journey. But we spend time up front creating psychological safety, getting to know one another, creating safety so we can then get to vision, mission, purpose, and then ongoing health check, like your dentist. You don't go once. Same thing with exercise. I ran 4 times this year, once a quarter. I exercised, I'm healthy. No. What are you doing day in and day out to support this? And how do you know that it's working? Do you get on a scale? Do your pants suddenly fit? I don't know. You need to figure it out, and teams do too. But what's the measurement? And Valence has been one of many ways in which we were able to measure success. And I'll close with an example. We take a yearly engagement survey. It's actually biannually now. One of the teams actually in HR noticed that their scores around how they perform as a team were low in that yearly engagement survey. They pulled in the Valence team assessment, discussed the results, and created norms around how they were going to work together differently and how they would hold each other accountable for that. They retook, so the first engagement assessment was in February. They took Align in April, and then they retook the large-scale employee engagement assessment in August. And their team health scores on the employee-wide engagement survey rose by 32%. So when we talk about ROI and ways that we can translate this to impact and things that are happening in the organization, it's one of many stories where folks can point to investing not in an assessment, but using the assessment as a means to drive behaviors has great impact. Curtis, am I over? Or I'm just on time?
Yeah, just on that.
So great teams explore beneath the surface. And, I come back to end with the metaphor of the iceberg, because really we've just hit the surface. Bernie. Hey.
Great job today.
Thank you.
I have like a million questions.
Uh-oh.
Pick one.
Yes.
So in the research you've read,
Let me give this to you, even though you're loud enough.
I am loud, Queens, New York. So in the research you've read, how does it account for people on teams who, are potentially toxic or difficult? Because all this assumes a certain level of trust and intent among everybody to do this work. And not calling out any team members, but
Not at all.
we all know like people are people. So how does that factor in?
Yeah, Bernie, great question. Thank you. And I'll look to wrap it up because I want to invite David up with the panel. But I'm so glad you asked it because it's not often at Vanguard that I run into a toxic team member, but it does happen. It happens in all organizations. And a toxic team member can really bring a team down. So I'll close with this, bringing it back to Daniel Coyle's book called The Culture Code, if you haven't read it. It's an easy, really, and maybe because I geek out on this stuff, engaging read. And he actually opens with exactly what you're talking about, the toxic team member. In fact, Daniel Coyle hired someone to invade teams as a toxic member and planted him in different environments. And just as Bernie said, this person would bring teams down whenever he was there by simple things. He'd be on his phone the whole time. Sometimes he'd put his head on the table and fall asleep in meetings. Or he'd just say like, that'll never work. Throw out little lines. And all but one team, he was able to bring the collective down. Just one person. It's horrible to think about. But the team he wasn't had people on the team, in particular one man they called Jonathan, who was committed to acts of creating safety. And this guy who was hired, I can't remember his name, I want to say it's Alex, to go in and play this bad person role, literally was like, it's so frustrating, I'm trying to bring them down, but I can't. In fact, this guy's behavior has me joining in and wanting them to succeed. And it's going to seem like, come on, Matt, that's so easy, but here's the stuff he did. He would draw Alex in. He would ask him questions. He would lean in, smile and nod, make eye contact. Now, not once, constantly, and not in an annoying fake way, in a real, genuine, I'm concerned and connected with you as a human. Whereas other people were quick to just adopt the behavior of the person who was a naysayer. This guy, Jonathan, and members of his team followed suit with these small behaviors that created psychological safety and turned this guy around. And that's the kickstart to a longer answer that we can go into offline about encouraging that behavior long-term. It's not like one day I was positive, I smiled, or for a whole hour I made eye contact. Just like I ran for a day, at the end of the year I gained weight. It's got to be constant and consistent, but it adds up to big things. And I really appreciate your time, questions, and look forward to connecting offline. Thank you.
All right, fantastic. Thank you, Matt. Appreciate it. So we have a panel coming up next. I know it takes us a minute or so to get set up. And we'll be moving the camera around. But so the host of the facilitator, moderator, master of ceremonies is a gentleman who my first conference I attended about 9 years ago. He was already here, an established member. David Gerlinick, PhD, professor at Columbia, CEO and president of Kaleidoscope Learning, and really just a nice man and a good person to know. So thank you, David.
Thanks so much.
Here. And I'll hand over, I'm going to help you with the camera and then hand it over to you.
Perfect.
All right, fantastic.
Good morning.
Okay, yeah, Chris, just, one of our panelists seems to be a little bit late, so we're not sure. One of the panelists is a little bit late there.
Oh, okay.
So,
All right.
so I think
No problem.
we may just, oh, and here she is. So perfect. Okay, Serene just warned me it might be.
Show so
okay.
far for you.
All right.
That's okay. I meant to say hello yesterday, but then I ran away from us.
I know the feeling.
Like I knew I shouldn't have sat down to do that work. I thought I had my alarm.
It's okay. It all worked out. The timing is perfect. Morning. Nice to meet you. Yep, now take your time. All right, good. Yeah, perfect. All right. We're just waiting for the Yeah, I think he just needs another minute on the tech. Ready? All right, we got the thumbs up from on the tech side. So welcome to this panel. Thanks so much to everyone for being here. I'm David Goralnik from Kaleidoscope Learning in Columbia, and thanks to Curtis for the very nice introduction. My own background is really at the intersection of education, computer science and artificial intelligence, and cognitive science. So how do people think and learn? How do they use technology? And how can we come up with new creative experiences to help people perform better? And that's a lot of what this panel is about. I have a wonderful panel with us today to talk about leveraging technology in the hybrid era and the best ways that they found that technology can support them. So what we want to do first is I'm going to ask each of our panelists to just give us their 60-second introduction about themselves and their background, and then we'll kind of get into some specifics, and there will definitely be plenty of audience participation if you want to do it. Just please, when you have questions, please ask. And looking at this as an interactive hour, and really looking forward to it. So yeah, so if we can go ahead and start, maybe start with Neha right next to me. And
absolutely. Good morning, everybody. Welcome. I'm Neha Gupta. I am the CEO for True Office Learning, which is part of a Learning Pool group company. My personal passion and background, actually, I come from your side of the table. I'm ex-Citigroup, so I take financial services very near and dear to my heart. But I've had a lot of the challenges you have. So I joke and say I switch sides to solve the problems I used to have once upon a time. When you can't find what you're looking for, go create it, right? So what my focus at the company is really working with about 300 or so Fortune 100 organizations around the world on really driving behaviors change strategies for ethics and compliance in GRC, and really applying that to even broader mandates from DEI to leadership and so on. As a company, we focus on adaptive learning and behavioral analytics because a little bit like was just being said, it's time to really revitalize how we use technology to change the experience for our learners. We're so much more capable, both as an industry as well as just individuals within our organizations, to drive meaningful change. Personally, I am a mix of business strategy, computer engineering, and for pure passion, a cognitive sciences nut. So if you hear some random brain conversation, apologies in advance.
Hey everyone, I'm Mike Nguyen. I'm the Innovations, Design, and Delivery Executive for the Academy at Bank of America. And what my team focuses on is truly just making training fun because we've been training folks forever, and we know that we need to do things differently sometimes so that people can digest the information differently. And so I literally wake up every morning just trying to figure out a new way to do that. And whether that's with technology or whether that's with traditional methods, doesn't really matter. It's just a matter of figuring out how we're going to get people to A, pay attention, and then B, learn something and be able to do something differently. And so I manage a team of specialists that develop virtual reality training, conversation simulators, system simulators, you name it. When folks come to us with a problem, we just try to figure out a solution for it, whatever that may be, because I truly believe that learning can be fun. We just got to figure out a way to do it better.
Nice. Hi, I'm Ben Duffy. I lead digital learning and knowledge solutions for Unum. I've been in the digital learning space for 22 years now. Started as an e-learning developer for Defense Department contractor. Had an IT background before that. I led an IT department for a biomed company in the 90s. And led worldwide online learning for Fairchild Semiconductor for 7 years. So really love working in the intersection of knowledge and learning, trying to put the right kind of content at people's fingertips so that they can perform, they can gain proficiency super quick in a really complex world of insurance and legacy systems, and really love the work and love leading a large enterprise team.
Great. Good morning. I'm Sean McMahon. I'm with a company called Kaltura, and I've been in the streaming video industry since 1999 when I decided I wanted to leave broadcasting and make some money. And so I founded a startup then, and ever since then I've been helping organizations solve problems with video. The pandemic was an injection of a real acceleration where video is concerned in the financial services industry. And now I lead a financial services focused team at Kaltura. We drive video-driven training for lots of organizations. The foundation of the company is education. Most of the large universities in this country do all of their lecture capture, for instance, with our technologies and power their remote training with our technologies. But for me, it's all about video. How can I help an organization use video to achieve a desired outcome, whether it's L&D or HR onboarding or any other application? The appetite for more complex video technology has increased because of the pandemic. I think it caused a lot of our customers to really lean in and see how can we better support all of our people remotely. And video bubbled up as something they needed to incorporate and look at. And so our team really hasn't slept since about April of 2020, helping these organizations do things that they weren't really challenged with beforehand. But the good news is that the focus on the importance of video as a data type, for me, it's a wonderful thing. I've been in the industry for 20 plus years. It's now bubbled up to be what I would consider a business critical data type. And it's being looked at from the very highest levels in organizations, whereas prior to the pandemic, it was a little bit of a utility that was sitting in the middle. So it's an exciting time for video where learning and development is concerned.
Fantastic. Well, thank you. And one thing I think that you'll see it throughout this panel, and you heard through our panelist introductions, is it's a panel about technology, but it's not really about technology, right? It's about achieving goals. It's about trying to create the experiences that are ideal for people. It's about putting people in a position to be able to perform well and using technology in service of those goals. Not, very easy to fall into the trap of here's a new technology, this is pretty cool, and that may well be true, but you want to, think about it in terms of what the goals are. What can we, create things that are engaging, that are fun, that are actually practically useful and help people do their jobs and achieve a lot of the goals that Matt mentioned in his talk, right? We saw, a lot of the things that Matt said about shared language and about putting people in a psychologically safe position. Technology can really help with that. Technology can also really, really harm that. And there's a lot of things we can talk about with that. So what I want to do first is ask each of our panelists to tell us about some experiences that they've had. So what new learning technologies have you been able to use? AI, artificial intelligence, virtual reality, augmented reality. What are your experiences in your organization? What have you found that's worked well? What's your most interesting experience? And so if we can start maybe with Neha and go down the line.
I have to say, I love the let's make training fun. I jokingly say we picked the worst place to start, compliance training. Always everybody's favorite. I know every single person in this room, hands down. But look, the truth is this conversation's fun because it's a two-way dialogue, right? I'm saying something, I can see your feedback, you're responding to me. And that's one of the reasons for thousands of years, live learning or one-to-one tutoring has been so incredibly impactful for individuals. The truth is, you can actually create a lot of that with technology today with algorithms. I know they know more about us today in the virtual world than anything else. We were having dinner conversation yesterday about all these browsing video engines knowing exactly what we think and knowing what to serve up to us, right? The truth is that same technology can be used for good. How do you change the live learner experience so it goes from information presentation to actually engaging with the learner and using their interactions, their decisions, their behaviors to consistently adapt the content, the sequence, the assessment that becomes a part of the journey? Now you've turned that experience from everybody's going to have this one size fits all or maybe a branched 40-minute digital experience to, wait, you may need 10 minutes, you may need 15, you may need 12, I may need 35. We're all going to get to the same outcome. However, we will have the agency and the control to chart our journey there, and it will officially be a two-way dialogue. So a lot of my experience coming from the computer engineering world has been focused on really using algorithms, right? Really using that ability to code, the ability to make the information that's presented dynamic by using more proprietary tools than what has normally dominated the market, but really making that easy for people to do so that I feel like that course was about me, right? And the modern learner is so agency and I-centric that anytime you tell them, no, I'm going to hold you hostage here, it's like sitting in the passenger seat of a car. It doesn't matter how fun it is, it's just disengaging because we'll get there when we get there. And I should click next and I should wait and maybe answer that 10-question quiz. And the next big passion that kind of is the iteration of those algorithms is really taking that adaptive learning to the next journey where ideally all this data that's being generated in the process of these algorithms is getting captured and then actually being used so that when I, Neha, come back to training, it says, actually, Neha, I know what you're not good at about having difficult conversations. You struggle with the importance of eye contact. Let's actually spend the next 10 minutes on that pull through that was being mentioned yesterday, actually on eye contact, rather than me just saying, your business unit likes to look at this, or somebody else rated this highly, so take a look. Because if you think about, again, that live learning model, I am very effective as a tutor because I know what my student needs, and I know how to pace up and down, but then focus the next conversation. That's one of my biggest fun things about how technology has changed the outcome, which is you don't just go to 51st dates or Groundhog Day and every year start back with the learner going, anti-corruption is really important. We're the compliance team, pay attention, right? So technology is really the key to unlocking personalization of experience and really changing the dynamic. It can still be one-to-many, to kind of the point of it can solve some problems you could never solve before, right? Live became very difficult because the world became global. It's hard to keep everybody in the same place and do the one-to-one. But now big data and technology and algorithms make it very easy to have out-of-box approaches that let you give everybody that personal journey, but still have a broadcast system that uses just a regular LMS and goes through that. So that's where my passion lies, which is how do we not just put the bells and whistles around the experience? How do we actually fundamentally change the experience to what we know cognitively works, which is when it's about me, I'll pay attention differently than if it's just something random that I have to pick up and do something with. I know you guys are doing some amazing stuff in this space too, so.
Yeah, I mean, we're super passionate about the technology element of learning. And a lot of times when we're having this conversation, it becomes, well, technology is going to replace traditional. And it's really not about that at all. It's really about complementing what we're doing traditionally. Because as you even kind of mentioned, folks are taking these traditional trainings and they're clicking next and they're not retaining this information. They're just not. I mean, I'm certainly a victim of it. I've taken plenty of training and just kind of click to the end and cross my fingers till I get to that assessment. It's like, I got it, 80%, I'm there. And that's what we need to start getting away from, because it's not just about, did you get the right answer, but do you know why that's the right answer? And do you understand the consequence of not understanding how to do what you're trying to do? And so what amazes me the most about what we've been able to deploy thus far from a technology perspective, whether it is virtual reality or some of the things that we're doing with our conversation simulators, are the analytics that we're able to get from it. And that's what's been the biggest light bulb moment for us, is that now we're able to actually use traditional methods to target some of the skill gaps that we're able to now identify, because folks are going through these conversation simulators, and we can now listen back to that and be like, oh, this is what they're struggling with. And so instead of our academy managers teaching and training everything from A to Z, now they're focusing in on a very specific thing that we were able to notice and say, hey, 50% of our associates are struggling with this part of the conversation. We don't need to spend time on this part or this part. We now know what the root cause is. And so we're using the technology to be able to address the true root cause through traditional methods. And so now when we've identified these issues through the technology, when we're building our web-based trainings, we're spending the time in the areas where we know we need to spend it, versus here's a 30-minute training that you've got to endure, or a 30-minute video that you just got to sit there and watch. No, we're not going to make you watch the whole thing, because we know you're good at some things. And so it's all about leveraging technology to be able to coach better. And that's ultimately what's been a big aha moment for us.
We Unum really focus on good design, and good design leverages tech, and we try to embed the tech in the experience and have people not really notice the tech that they're engaging with. So we have a sales enablement platform that asks you to give an elevator pitch into your webcam. We have AI that comes from the vendor that's behind that and analyzes your pitch. Your pitch goes with your analysis to your regional vice president. They sign off on whether or not you've done a successful elevator pitch. You can speak to this new product. You've spoken successfully to that new product. Good news, you get validated and qualified leads coming into your inbox. So I think embedding the good tech into the normal learning experience, getting rid of next button. So I tell my designers, I don't want to see a next button on the screen, on anything. We don't do CBTs, we deliver learning experiences. And we need to create really reasonable ways to drive engagement with the learner, drive their understanding within their content consumption experience. And and just deliver great learning experiences. And we dabble in AI also within our knowledge base. We have something called Get Answers. So if we code the content correctly, and it's some of the business processes that you print them out and they're 70, 80 pages. Someone may need like a 2-page excerpt of that. And if they search with Get Answers turned on, the AI engine will know their role, their keywords, may even know where they are in the system and surface the right content for them within 17,000 documents that average 30, 40 pages if you printed them out. So I think embedding tech into your experience is really, really important, as well as experimenting with creating games, challenging your teams, trying to get seed and innovation money to attempt VR, and we've done that. We won an award on games. Do we produce games anymore? We do not. We embed gamification concepts into the content that we create. 4 years ago, we created a bunch of games. They were great. But when we tested the efficacy of the game from an impact perspective, it was 5 percentage points off from delivering really good scenarios that we built into the game. We built the same scenarios into Word documents and gave them to those learners. And they benefited almost as well without 10 times the production cost. So often it's about really good design and understanding what those tech or the concepts can offer you and embedding the best of those concepts into the good work that we do.
I think one of the most wonderful things that I've heard from everyone here is warming my heart. A lot of folks are talking about analytical data. And in our world, we say it didn't happen if it wasn't measured. But it's been a real challenge at Kaltura for many years to get our clients to actually pay attention to the fact that we offer them a plethora of actionable insights if they would only take the time to review it, discuss it, and refine their processes. So it's exciting because many of my clients are doing that now. They're having regular analysis sessions where they're learning what tech in our stack actually works and what tech doesn't. I think that there is oftentimes a desire to get the most complex tech in place, but it's more important to instead start with your desired outcome in mind first and then work your technology in to achieve that end. So even though it might be the nice shiny object, it may not be the best thing to use in a particular learning scenario, for instance. So we have a very simple virtual classroom that's exploded during the pandemic. And it hasn't exploded because it really offers anything new. What it really does is approximate the level of engagement, interactivity, and collaboration that could have taken place in a physical space. So that's really its only job, is to allow people to do what they used to do in a room remotely in a very simplistic way. Along with analytical data, I'm seeing a technology be used now in learning and communication within organizations that I didn't see before. In my past, I used to sell this video technology to entertainment companies like Disney or Turner Broadcasting or the Weather Channel. And they were always very interested in what's called discovery and recommendation. This is technology that can make your viewing experience more relevant as you consume more content. But I had never seen it employed in an enterprise learning initiative, for instance. But now that's a top request from our customers. How can you make this a highly relevant, personalized experience? Because if you can do that, then engagement goes through the roof. And your memory probably gets better too. Your ability to remember what you were taught goes up as that messaging gets more personal for you as an individual automatically in the background.
Oh, absolutely. And you know, one of the points that came through about so what it means to be fun and engaging, you know, there's a sort of an old-fashioned tendency to think that the fun in learning is on top of the learning, right? Like, it's like, well, this is inherently going to be boring, so how do we make it fun? Right? And the approaches that we're hearing are all really the other way, right? We want to design learning experiences that are themselves inherently engaging because they're relevant, because they're meaningful. And, you know, when Mike talks about his fun experiences, which I want to hear a little bit more about, they're fun because they are designed for the purposes that they're designed for. They are helpful to the employees. They are relevant. They help people perform certain jobs. And they're also fun but they're fun in the actual context. They're not just, let's play a game on top of some boring learning and memorization. It's we're building the fun part into the entire experience. Which I kind of want to lead into, Mike, if you have a chance to talk a little bit more in detail, you have, I know, the AI coach and the VR, and we've got a little bit of sort of a background video that I can show you as we get into this that Mike's been kind enough to give us. You can just see a little bit of a demo as we talk. So if you can speak to those, it would be great.
Yeah, so I mean, specifically when it comes to VR, there were a lot of internal discussions about whether or not this was going to be truly effective or not, right? Is it just going to be an expensive toy that we put out there that people are going to say, oh, wow, this is cool, but I'm not actually learning anything? And what we truly discovered, and quite frankly, there was a lot of learning involved in this, because we started down this journey about 2.5, 3 years ago of determining whether or not we were going to do VR. And quite honestly, the very first VR module that I was involved in, and I had a heavy hand in its development, was probably the worst virtual reality module training ever created. I mean, when I look at it now, I'm just like, oh my goodness, I can't believe we did this. And I really just needed to kind of get through the process to understand how we were going to use this modality to truly train people at the end of the day. And now that I've been able to go through that process, I can tell you that our associates are more engaged than ever when it comes to training. And when you think about what you want as a teacher, a trainer, a facilitator from your people, is you want them to pay attention. And when you think about VR in general, it eliminates distractions almost completely. There is no email in front of you. There's no phone. There's no desktop. You are immersed 100% into the training. And that's critical, because if you can get folks to pay attention, then you already got one up on the game right there. Then the other piece of it is you want them to be able to understand consequence of certain actions and certain behaviors, and you want them to be able to see what best in class looks like. And when you go through a VR simulation, that's exactly what you can do for your people. You can show them, hey, this is what you should be doing. And then you get them the opportunity to actually engage and practice. And again, just instead of selecting that next button or just watching things unfold, they're making a decision. And when they make that decision, then that's when they can truly see the consequence of that action. And so whether or not that's a client interaction, whether or not it's a safety issue, such as bank robberies. And I use the bank robbery as an example just simply because that one to me is critically important when you think about the decision making that it takes when somebody goes through a situation like that. And if you really think about how we train people today, right? We have them watch a video, we'll have them take a web-based training, do this, stay calm, right? And when you read stay calm, does that actually help you stay calm when somebody's in your bank robbing you? No, right? But when you're able to put on a headset and go through that simulation, well, then now does it replicate the exact real thing? No, but now I can understand, hey, if I do this, then I could put someone's safety at risk. Or if I do this, I may put myself at risk. All of those types of different things that you just truly cannot replicate through traditional training. It just cannot be done. And so you can do those exact same type of things in totally different environments. Like I said, if it's a client interaction, whether it's an ops risk issue, whatever the case may be, you can kind of give them that ability to practice. And so virtual reality has been a total game changer for us. And our associates are responding in a way that honestly we did not anticipate. Because we have people that have even come to me that said, hey, I got vertigo and I can't do VR, but I put it on and it was actually pretty amazing. And could they continue to use it? No, but it also just told me, okay, this is definitely working for the people that it can work for. And so that's how we approach it. It's not about mandatory. It's just about, hey, here's an additional tool for you to be able to practice. And the way we approach learning in general, specifically in the academy, is that we want to present people with a package of solutions. So it's not about, hey, let me give you a VR simulator, or hey, let me give you a web-based training. It's no, here's the package, right? I want you to take this web-based training. I potentially want you to go and attend this virtual instructor-led class. And then I want you to practice in VR. And then once you've practiced, then I want you to go through the conversation simulator. And it's all about building that muscle memory, because people like routine. And so instead of having the routine of bad behaviors, we're just giving them the routine of all the good stuff we want them to do. And if we can consistently hit them with those practice reps, then they're going to consistently get better. That's ultimately where it lies. And so we are strongly, heavily invested in innovation because we know it's going to make things better for our associates. They're going to become more efficient, And we're going to have to spend less time coaching than we are now, which ultimately is going to save capacity in the long run. And so it's almost like solar panels, right, on people's houses. Like, oh, I don't want to spend, $50,000 to put this on my roof. But, you can spend $50,000 now, but then you're not paying for electricity, guys. So you have to weigh both options and see what's ultimately going to work better for you.
And one of the things about each technology is trying to use it in ways that's going to be most effective and most worth your money, right? So, Mike talked a lot about simulations. Some simulations, if you're doing more of a software simulation, maybe that doesn't need to be VR. I mean, real impact, maybe it shouldn't be VR. It should be like the software you're going to use. You would want to do a lot of the same things, give people goals, give them tasks to perform, have coaching, guidance, and feedback, all the things that good simulations have. But VR wouldn't really be necessary. But Mike's example here of a bank robbery, that's a really emotional situation, right? Like, you could have a good computer-based simulation with video about a bank robbery. And, I think I've actually done some things that are kind of like that. But that's better in VR, right? Like when you're in an immersive world, if you're getting, someone coming in, pointing a gun at you, that's going to feel a lot more realistic in VR than it's going to feel on any computer screen that you're going to look at. And so there's a lot of, there's an art to thinking about what do I want to, how do I want to spend my resources? What do I want to use this technology for? And how can I get the best use out of it? Is this a good time for me to sort of turn the, is this the bank robbery scene that we have here?
This is not the bank robbery because I don't want to freak everybody out.
This looked like the friendliest bank robbery I could imagine, I have to say.
This particular module is a coaching module that we built for financial center leaders in the financial centers. And ultimately what we wanted them to experience was what the things that they should be looking for on a day-to-day basis, things that happen routinely that we sometimes don't coach or we sometimes forget. And so we wanted them to understand that when these things are going on, you have to be able to notice them because there's consequences, such as someone leaving their keys somewhere where they shouldn't, because someone could pick them up. And you can see a timer on the screen because we wanted to replicate the sense of urgency. Like, hey, you don't have time to just stand here all day and let all these things play out. And so we really wanted them to kind of feel the intensity of, hey, you've got customers that are at the line. You've got phones that are ringing, all of these distractions. And oh, by the way, you have to be a great coach, right? And so we wanted them to be able to have that feeling of having this quote unquote shadow coach who's shoulder coaching next to them, letting them know, hey, these are the things that are happening. You didn't catch that. Let me tell you why this is important. And so all of those things we do traditionally today, right? When we've got a market leader or a district manager that's there with them, being able to provide them with that coaching. But what if we could replicate that in a virtual environment and give them that coach and help them understand, hey, this is what you should be looking for. And again, because they're making choices and they've got timed events, then we're able to understand, hey, it took people too long to recognize these particular things. Now let's make sure that we refocus our communications to focus on that, so that we can, again, just target our coaching. And so, again, you can use VR for so many different applications. And kind of to your point, is it for everything? Absolutely not. And it shouldn't be. However, there are some things that you can do really well that you can't do very well traditionally. Beyond even bank robbery, one of the things that we're using it for is client de-escalation, right? Because we've got several situations where our associates can make certain situations worse by saying certain things or body language and things of that nature. One of the worst things that you can tell a customer who is upset is calm down, right? But I can promise you that a lot of times that's exactly what our people say. And I needed to help them understand how that is not the right way. And so we were able to demonstrate. It's like, let me show you what happens when we say calm down, and let the customer get really, really upset and irate. And then give them the opportunity to see how you could have de-escalated it differently. And so it's about showing, demonstrating, allowing them to practice, allowing them to experience. And then when they go through this is what, again, was another great aha moment for us. They're talking about this experience with their associates, with their peers, with their loved ones when they go home. How often do they go home and say, hey, let me tell you about this web-based training I took? Never, right? And usually if they do, it's not a great conversation. And so now we've totally changed the page where they're wanting to talk about training, and they're coming to us say, hey, can you do this experience, and giving us ideas. So it's really been eye-opening for us what this technology can do. And as I mentioned, it's not just about one particular modality. It's about figuring out the best modality to address particular skill gaps and behaviors.
Right. Exactly. And you're talking specifically about cases where people have to make decisions in a real situation as realistic as possible, right? Because, as you said earlier, like almost everybody's going to know you don't say calm down. Like if you're asked that in a multiple choice test, should you say that? You'll say no. If you're in a simulation on a computer, you might really just know that's not the right thing to say, right? Like if you're not in the realistic emotional state that you're going to be in when this really happens, you're probably not going to make that choice. But the more technology evolves and the more we use it in the ways that our panelists are using it and others are, the more you can put people in those positions where you're going to face a real situation and feel hopefully the real emotion, right? Someone comes up and you kind of lose yourself in the moment. You lose yourself in the person who's in front of you in this virtual simulation. And you might say calm down because you're not thinking, what's the right answer? You're thinking, what do I say to this person who feels real? And then you're going to get a much better, richer training experience. You're going to get a much better learning experience. And people are going to react the way that they really will and kind of catch themselves doing something the way they would.
Yeah, you'll be surprised, and I'm sure many people, by the way. And thank you for this. Was I was the annoying person who asked if he'd be willing to show us a bit. So thank you. But I know many of you are going, wait, VR, my business model or the way my people are kind of distributed around the globe or purely budget does not sound like things that I can achieve. But I think if there's a common thread you're hearing across the panel, it's really shifting to simulation, right? Whether the simulation's ultimately VR or it's the example about gamification and whether that really changed the outcomes or impact, or if you really crafted a very meaningful, strong scenario-based simulation. Again, you want to, at minimum, make sure you're not telling people, you're showing them. Right? And that's really in the art of how you create those simulations. So whether it's adaptive learning and going through a whole set of adaptive simulations, whether it's VR simulations and going through the thing in a 3D environment, whether it's on a Word doc, where it's really crafted out very appropriately, you're going to get much higher neural impact from it. And you will be surprised when you look at the analytics. We see some amazing outlier trends in all of the behavioral insights that come out, because data is your friend, right? It really does change the game when you have a good, rich, balanced simulation to see how people navigate from it. We surprise companies all the time in a good way, and they look at it and they go, never thought that they don't realize sports tickets are a bribe. It's like, no, but that's just me taking somebody who likes the same team to, no, it doesn't matter, right? Again, getting those cultural nuances that make us human. Right. And as educators, the best thing we can do is actually know our people. And so that's if you don't want to do it just for the sake of innovation or for the sake of impact. I mean, organizations that we see doing a shift from more traditional methods to much more scenario based. And again, if you're using algorithms and adaptive learning, you'll save 30 to 50% of the seat time. But they've done on drips across the year. So they'll do a foundational learning and, to your point, have multiple modalities to nudge the learner 3 months, 6 months, 9 months out. And they've seen the lowest areas improve by 25 to 39% in readiness and performance from an application standpoint, right? So don't ask people the quiz question. But now with that insight, you can actually have them apply the information they know, build those neural pathways, build that muscle memory, because ultimately that's all we do every day, right? What we choose to act on, we are always looking for a signal back. And that's what really simulation allows you to do than a quiz question. So
it's all about the right application. So when I was experimenting with VR, I brought the headset home to my family, thought like, hey, I'll just show it off a little bit. And kids looked at it. They're like, oh, that's super cool. I showed my wife. I'm like, oh, she's a downhill ski racer. So I'll put the downhill ski racing VR sim on. So she puts the headset on. She's like, wow, this is wild. And I'm like, oh, sit down. Okay. And then like towards the bottom of the hill, the person with the camera on goes over a huge jump. And so she's like, what? And she's like, I'm not going over that jump. And she rips it off her head. Right. So it's like, I love this simulation because it's the right application for the technology, putting people in the right environment, giving them the right kind of construct. You wouldn't want to have these simulations like acted out in every single bank branch. Totally unfeasible, right? But friends at Del Hayes, so supermarket Hannaford, are using it for produce managers. So we need a new produce layout, and it needs to look beautiful, and it needs to look like this. And instead of having this big binder or PDF of pictures, they can have a VR headset and create this environment in the headset, model it, and distribute it, and then everyone can understand what that environment should look like and walk around it and experience it a little bit. So always. It's the right application of tech that makes it work.
I think that the interesting thing that I'm seeing across our customers is that some of our least sophisticated from a technology perspective customers are pushing our technology harder than the others. I'll give you an example. It's not in the financial services world, but it's a global metals company, and came to me recently and said, we are going to retire 30% of our people in the next 3 years, and we're freaking out because this is skilled labor. And we need a way to train these incoming people, and they're remote still. How can you help us? And what they're gravitating towards is something like this, an opportunity for not only the VR, but an opportunity for enabling those older workers who are going to retire an easy way to capture themselves, demonstrating how to use a machine, and then making that available to the younger workers who review it in a similar way. And then the gaps are identified, and then they know where to focus to supplement what the younger folks learned from the retiring folks. But it's interesting to me that some of the experiential training, if you will, the how-to training, someone referred to it as show me. It is increasing in demand, but in my world, I'm seeing it actually being pushed by the least technologically sophisticated customers.
It's really interesting. So much going on. Let me take a moment now and see if there are questions that people have so far. We've heard kind of a lot of stories, a lot of examples. There are any questions people have and want to follow up? And it looks like there are. Okay. Okay, we have questions in the front. Oh, we're going to bring the microphone to you for the. We're going to bring 2 microphones to you. Okay.
I'll just take one. Great innovation. Love seeing all this. We're not using any VR or AR or any of this. We're a smaller bank, $5 billion. I've networked with some in the room here, and they're smaller too. Ben, I know Unum and Mike at B of A, you guys are massive. What direction would you give? Like, all this stuff is great, but I'm like, where do we even start? As a smaller bank that is not touching any of it, for the panel, where would you advise starting with trying to implement anything like this?
Well, I mean, there's multiple different ways where you could go with this. I mean, I would say that being massive comes with its own problems, right? I mean, more people, more headsets, more logistics nightmares and things of that nature. But what I would tell you is you definitely should have some conversations with vendors ultimately and get some demos done, because there are a lot of vendors that are doing it, some that are doing it very well, some that are just okay. And you'll be surprised how easy it is to, number one, get a demo done for you, but then discuss pilot opportunities, right? Because it's not like you have to pilot this with 1,000 people, right? You can start with 10, 15 people, see how your people are reacting to it, see some of the use cases you could potentially use it for, and then determine, as I said before, the pros and cons. Because as I kind of said before, this could be really expensive up front, but there is a long-term savings here. There's no question about it. And you have to look at the pros and cons, because there are several cons to going with VR or any type of technological simulator. But there's also cons to traditional training. And sometimes we kind of forget about that, because traditional training, we can just create PowerPoints, we can create one-pagers, a website, whatever the case may be, and we can do it quickly. But what you don't realize is you're doing that web-based training 3-4 times a year for the next 5 years, because people still aren't learning. And so you're wasting capacity, you're wasting money, you're just not wasting it all up front. And so you just got to definitely weigh the pros and cons. But like I said, I would definitely just get vendors to talk to you, because you'll be surprised how much and how willing they are to work with you, especially in a pilot environment, just to kind of get you to understand how this is going to be of value to you.
We're very willing.
When we started experimenting with VR, we bought a $300 headset. We bought a $350 VR camera. It came with an app, a phone app for the editing. So no handheld joystick stuff, but there are many ways that you can experiment and try just to educate your own team and your own self in these technologies to know If the vendor is selling something that you want, or if you can apply this kind of thing in your environment, or if you can imagine the right scenarios to craft. It's often like, can we get $800 together to do a little pitch, to have a vendor, maybe $1,000 to have a vendor do a very simple proof of concept so that we can evaluate ROI and cost benefit.
So I'm going to come in with the controversial opinion and tell you that you shouldn't do it for the sake of doing it. I would actually start backwards, which is if you are not actually doing any sort of data baselining in your experience today, before you spend the time and the energy and the money to create a bunch of VR simulations or even a proof of concept, consider taking a simulation or scenario-based approach that is not leaning on VR, that's using more traditional sort of one digital environment, and actually get a readout of what are those strengths and opportunities within your organization, because you're going to get a different level of buy-in when you're going to your organization and saying, I have identified out of the 10 things, here are the 2 pain points. Now let me really lean in on these 2 pain points and actually use these advanced technologies and build a real modality set around them to drive a different outcome. What it will also do is it will give you an ability to create those simulations a bit more at scale, not quite as simple as being able to do the PowerPoint or the video, but there are mass market approaches now that, again, will significantly limit your cost investment, give you a lot more agency with it, but then you're also choosing where to spend the time most wisely, right? It's a little bit like, I think you guys have had a lot of research to know what are those pain points because you've been looking at that data and that journey for so long. So I would actually tell you, if you are largely an activities-based program today, i.e. most of what you have in the learning environment is people participate, they complete, they pass the quiz at 80%, but that's all we really get to see. And again, you don't have to change your entire deployment infrastructure world to do this. The first step I would actually recommend is starting with adding that data intelligence and algorithm layer to your learning materials. And that's usually a much simpler transformation. But then take the learnings from that and then invest it into a very similar pilot.
And I think philosophically, one of the points I think people have made before earlier as well is the idea that you're shifting, if you're looking to shift more from telling people information and simply asking them to memorize it and report it back, which isn't going to necessarily help them perform their jobs, to something that's much more scenario-based, simulation-based, much more making decisions about evaluating people's behavior and not just what they know, but what they can do. And that's something that often goes hand in hand with technology, because technology can give you great experiences that can scale up, right? But it doesn't necessarily always require technology. I think Ben mentioned before, there were some scenarios that you put on paper, and those were still great, right? So, Bernie, do we have a microphone for Bernie? Okay. I know. Look, I don't know if I think you need one, but that's all right.
Sunday experience of personal technology, and I'll fight Darth Vader in VR goggles, and then there's the Monday experience, which is I have 6 logins just to get to my damn email. So for the practitioners up there, maybe some of the consultants who have practitioner stories, how did you overcome both the cultural resistance? I don't know that my people would put on VR goggles, maybe they would, and secondly, the technology and compliance resistance. So they're give me 6 months, give me $1 million, I'll pick 10 people, I'll figure out if you can implement this. How does this actually get into organizations?
And Deepa, would you mind recapping that for our virtual?
Yeah, absolutely. Bernie was asking first about how people are able to get buy-in from learners who have fancy technology and interesting technology experiences in the rest of their lives these days, and haven't always had that in their experience, in their work experience. And then sort of related to that was the idea, if you've got something like VR, you're putting on VR goggles at work. I think part of it was, does that feel like work? Does that feel like something you want to do at work? Are you comfortable putting on VR goggles in front of anyone else if you are doing it in front of anyone else at the office? How's that kind of fit into the culture to get this kind of thing accepted? So there's kind of, I think, partly the issue that some of the existing technology solutions really didn't feel as good as what you got in the outside world, but then also, does this feel not serious enough, and has it feel culturally? So sort of capture both parts of the question. Okay, I got the thumbs up for those of you who can't see Bernie. All right, so
I'm going to broaden the horizon just a little bit above and beyond VR, right? You are going to get resistance when you go away from the page click next PowerPoint and the quiz question, because full transparency was said earlier, right? If you have a headset on, you can't multitask. Frankly, if you're in a bunch of adaptive simulations, you can choose to multitask. It'll just take you a lot longer to go through that personalized experience and finish it, right? So we will absolutely get a learner saying, oh, I hated the fact that I had to pay attention, right? Not the problem most educators or practitioners are very, very disappointed about from a feedback perspective, right? So you will get some change resistance because you're actually forcing the person to learn something and engage with something rather than it just be this check the box activity. They do it because they have to do it and they'll worry about it when the moment happens, right? Our worst nightmare is they won't know what to do when the moment happens. And that's the whole concern. So the two things that we've seen work the most effectively is one, introduce change gradually, right? If you try to take your organization from 0 to 60, where they've always had PowerPoint and suddenly you're like, here's 20 VR headsets, everybody go, you're not gonna get a good reaction to that. Second of it is, so you want to be incremental in shifting that attention curve and what's expected of them. But the second thing also is, again, data is your friend. If you can prove to them and if you can pair it back to the organization, hey, thank you for participating in this last set of activities. Here are our trends. Here are the 5 biggest red flags we found, or here are the biggest deltas, and here's what the metrics are. We're going to lean into this. It's a lot harder for the business to come back and resist and say, wait, you're just making that up and you're making me do more complicated stuff. And the last part, if you can, again, and I obviously am a huge fan of adaptive learning because personally, I'll do reading speeds. I read much faster, in my opinion, than a lot of people. So I hate narration with a passion because I'm just like, you literally want me to walk away from the screen because if you won't let me move forward and read at my own pace, it doesn't work. Again, ideally, if you're doing something that's a bit more adaptive, you can offer the business and the people the carrot of, we're putting you in the driver's seat. This can be faster for you, right? It's all a question of how are you applying yourself. So think of certainly the reason, the why, bringing them along the journey incrementally of how to move towards change, but you have to be willing to, right at that early mark, be able to give something back to say, this training won't take you 40 minutes. It might take you 15 to 35. Really depends on you.
I think I wanted to add a little bit because you mentioned what you did on Sunday. Every Sunday, and I'm a video proponent, right? So I'm going there. Every Sunday, there are 5 billion views of video on YouTube. And 300 hours of content is uploaded every minute. And what this says to my customers is that video is the way your learners want to learn. If they're between 18 and 49 years old, it's the predominant way that they inform themselves when they're not at work. So why fight it? That's what a lot of my customers are realizing. Let's push video forward. And video, by the way, is anything in that box. It can include VR, it can include 3D, it can include animation, it doesn't matter. But this is the sugar that helps the information get swallowed. Seriously, they've trained themselves. Now I have a daughter who's a 24-year-old computer programmer for AT&T. All she knows is video. AT&T uses my technology to teach my daughter, which is pretty cool.
I was asking the question as an ally, because I like these ideas, I just have experience with the corporate resistance. So that's what I was asking.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you, when you can see there's not a lot of hair on this head, it's primarily because of the network security portion of trying to onboard these things entirely. I'll tell you that it was, and I think I said this at the top, we started our journey in VR about 2.5, 3 years ago. And the reason why I'm talking about it now is because it took about that long to kind of get them through all the technological hurdles, because we needed this to not only just deploy and have our associates be able to have these practice reps, but it needed to be scalable, it needed to be safe, and it needed to be seamless for the learner. And it took us quite a long time to get that to happen. It was a lot of conversations with the vendor, a lot of conversations with our internal technology folks. But if you truly, again, put that investment up front and just know that it's going to be a long journey, it can happen. I mean, because right now we've got our headsets that are on our bank network. If you were to take a headset out of our location, it no longer works, it breaks. And so all of those things had to be worked out in order for us to be able to put these headsets in the centers. And our associates are able to log in the same way that they log in to take their web-based training. And so again, was it simple? Absolutely not. And are there still some technical things that we're working on now? Yeah, and we'll probably continue to work on them. But they can be done because the technology is advancing at a rapid rate, and it is becoming easier to be able to adapt them in the environments. And so we've got them in our firewall, and they're locked down pretty tight. And it also took trying to figure out which headsets we were going to bring on, and all those types of things. And even beyond VR, even our artificial intelligence conversation simulator, we had the same things. Some of that stuff is in a cloud, and all of those things had to be discussed and how we were going to manage it. But we feel really good about the vendors that we've chosen to partner with and their ability to adapt to what we needed. Because there was even one vendor that told us, you guys have more security than the Pentagon. And I was like, yeah, we do. But it's just the nature of the business. And so they were willing to bend. Some are willing to play ball and some aren't. And so sometimes you have to go through those conversations and figure out who you want to partner with.
Yeah, I totally agree, and it's worth the battle. It brings your IT department along. Pandemic was great for our IT perspective because it made them shift and become more nimble and adaptable. We talked for like 3 years about bring your own devices into work. The pandemic hit, and they're like, well, we want people to come into the offices, so let's figure this out right away. We need not to have 6 logins and a fob and the app on your phone. And so they streamlined secure integration from you to all of the environments that you need to work with to get the work done. I'm like a month and a half into redlining legal contract statements back and forth to establish a statement of work for a vendor that will help with us with simulations, because we want to record live data, PII, PHI, GDPR. Yes, I check all of the boxes, and we're going to have a very nuanced, difficult, long-winded conversation, and we'll land it. It's worth the hard work.
Thank you.
One thing I want to add to that is when you talk about learner acceptance, a lot of it I think also comes down to knowing your audience, right? So when you're, it's again, not just how you use the technology, but you look at Mike's examples, you look at Ben's examples, you look at Sean's examples, you look at Neha's examples, everybody's examples on this panel have been right for the audience that they have, right? So Mike picks bank robbery and picks coaching. These are things that are going to resonate with the people who are going to use them, and you're going to get a lot more acceptance. I have one 30-second story because I know I have a lot of time where years ago, my company was working with a large computer manufacturer who was shifting a lot of their salespeople from selling computers to selling services. They're getting into consulting. And we were asked to create a sales simulation. So it was very, it was pre-VR, but it was very immersive simulation on computers. We had, the plan was these, video scenarios that you really get into and have to make complicated decisions and, work through a complex sales scenario. And we went in to talk with the salespeople on really the first day once the project started. The contract was signed, project starts. And about the first thing you learned, and it took about 3 minutes, was that every salesperson in that room thought they could sell anything. They thought they didn't need any training of any kind. Why would I need training? I'm a salesperson. I sell. I sold computers yesterday. I'll sell services tomorrow. I'll sell food the next day. It doesn't matter. I know how to sell. Why are you even talking to me? And so we reimagined what that project was to be. Unfortunately, the client was very, very open to that. So it became more about building on stories from other salespeople who encountered difficult situations that they could leverage, and there was sort of a relevance to it. Okay, well, I want to hear how somebody encountered this type of objection in a sales situation regarding consulting services. That's interesting. That's relevant. And we put some simulation in, but they were cast as practice, not as training. So whatever it is that you're doing with new technology, if you want to build this, build the experience around what the audience is going to be comfortable with, know your audience, build something for them, and that's going to help, with the acceptance. I think that's one of the secrets sort of behind the scenes of the success of everything that people have been talking about today. So on that note, we have managed to go our hour, and I think we could probably talk for another hour. So I want to give each of my panelists maybe a chance, if you had, one takeaway for people to bring back with them, something to think about or something they might want to do, a tip that you would leave them with. If we want to go ahead and give everyone your kind of parting thoughts, and then we'll wrap up, and we can do that. If Neha, if you're ready, since you're next to me and have to go first with this surprise question, let's go that way.
All good. I can't stress enough, don't go the journey alone, right? There are people who've done it. There are people who've worked through all the kinks. There are people who've kind of, gotten knocked, through different, kind of like your point. They've worked through the objections and the internal journeys. just have a conversation, right? I'm sure I'm offering all of us up voluntarily, but truly reach out. There's a large community of people. You'll be surprised how many organizations are at various stages of the journey of infusing technology in many different ways, not just with VR, not just with AI, not just with algorithms. So have those conversations. Absolutely reach out to both trusted vendors and trusted peers. Again, people are more than happy to help you avoid the mistakes they may have made along the journey. And again, start small, right? It's easy to waste a lot of money and a lot of time when you go down this journey by yourself, because a lot of things that sound really good or seem really good may not work out that way. It's kind of like your point about 10x of the cost of development with minimal impact, right? So use the power of the learning community around us. Certainly, that would be my 2 cents.
I mean, the one thing I would just say is you need to make sure that you have a really, really open mind with this stuff, because as I talked about muscle memory specific to training, it kind of is the same thing when it comes to training development. And we kind of get stuck into the routine of, well, this is how we've always trained. And so this is how we need to continue doing it. And we absolutely don't. And so, kind of to Neha's point, I mean, we certainly don't want to just throw money at something and just, hope that it works out. It's not about that. It's about understanding what the options are and then just testing it and see what could work for you. Because at the end of the day, our associates want to be trained. They absolutely do, but they just don't want to be bored to death at the end of the day. And that's fair, right? None of us do. And so we all have a responsibility to figure out the best way to get them to digest information. And so it doesn't have to be VR. It doesn't have to be a conversation simulator. It doesn't have to be web-based training. It just has to be whatever's ultimately going to work for your learners. And so my teammate, Mike Winters, was up here talking about associate feedback and how we utilize that data. All of that information is what led us to where we are today, because we didn't just do this because we had the money to be able to do it. We did it because our associates told us they wanted to practice. And so we just needed to figure out strategically what the best way to do that was. And for us, innovation is just one of the many ways that we're doing that. So just try it.
I love that. I always bring it back to delivering an amazing learning experience at the moment of need. And the moment of need is if it's someone's new to something, new to being a branch manager, they need to have a really robust experience of how to manage in that environment with those time constraints. If someone's new to a crazy set of web-based, .NET-based, and mainframe-based systems that they have to use to complete a simple process, what can we do to help them to practice? What can we do to overlay tools that give them the help, the reference, the video-based engagement support that they need so that they can become proficient and efficient at the work? And technologies are your tools to deliver at that moment of need. And so as practitioners, it's up to us to really engineer really amazing learning experiences and lean into tools. Come to places like this where we learn how other people are doing and tackling the same kinds of problems and leveraging technology as our friend to deliver on our good work.
Work from your desired outcome backwards. Don't just get into chasing the shiny technology object. Really give a lot of concerted thought to your desired outcome. It's interesting when I talk with customers, and if you're engaging vendors, by the way, here's a good way to figure out if you're dealing with a shyster salesperson or someone who really cares about that desired outcome. Are they asking you questions like, why do you need that? Are you sure you need that? What is the desired business outcome? Who else cares about this in your organization besides you? Why do they care? If you're not getting these kinds of questions from your vendors that you're asking to support your initiative, then you're literally wasting your time because they want to sell you something. They don't want to help you achieve your desired outcome. And then also challenge yourself. When you think you have the idea of what you want to employ, get your coworkers to challenge your ideas. We do a lot of this internally at Kaltura, and frankly, it drives me mad. I have a particular peer in my organization who's constantly challenging every wonderful idea I have. But while he frustrates the heck out of me, he's only interested in improving the outcome. He's not challenging me as an insult. So I would say request that people around you challenge you. Good luck.
Fantastic. Well, it's a great note to end it on. Thank you so much to all of our panelists for sharing stories.
Awesome. Fantastic job. All right, we have one more presentation before our refreshment break. So while we're getting set up, I'll just give it a minute here for, folks are having a biological moment.
We got it. We got to come into innovation.
All right.
I've had vendors turn down millions of dollars, so like, what am I doing? Thank you. Appreciate it. Answer cool.
Should I see if that,
All right, everybody, let's regroup here. All right, 3. I'll start singing and then everybody's going to run out of the room. All right. Let's wrap up some conversations. We'll have a break here in just a little bit, and we can continue networking before the session. So next up, we have continuing this dialogue around hybrid, and I think probably connecting into some of the discussions we've had this morning and yesterday. I get to introduce Margie DeCrane. DeCrane. All right. Great. First time we've met. So senior instructional designer with First Source Bank. So looking forward to hearing about your case study. Thank you. Welcome.
Well, thank you. I'm glad to be here. This is my first time being at this conference in person. I did attend it virtually. So I love the networking. I love meeting what we're all working on. And you all actually make me want to be better in my profession within this role. So I'm going to talk about our leadership development program called LEAD, Leadership Education and Development, that we developed a little bit before COVID hit. But of course, COVID impacted the program, and I'm going to talk about the logistics of that. Okay. My little clicker's not working. All right, so we're going to look at the data of why we developed this program. What did we see that allowed us to develop this program? What are the challenges that we came to and the solutions to overcome those challenges? I'm going to show you the outcomes of the program with some data and the things we're still learning and learning along the way. So just to give you a scope of this project and where we're coming from, we are the largest locally controlled bank in northern Indiana and southwest Michigan. We have $8.1 billion in assets. We have about 79 banking centers, small but mighty. We're headquartered in South Bend, Indiana. Some people are like, well, where the heck is that? Well, that's Notre Dame country. So if you're in football, Notre Dame, you love us or you hate us. This is our employees. We have 1,200 employees. I kind of broke down our management for you. We have 260 managers, about 23 departments. Our frontline supervisors, 181, and 61 middle managers. Why am I telling you this? That is our focus. We're looking at upper and middle managers. We also have, because we are a centralized hierarchy organization, like most financial institutions, we have a senior deployment committee and a senior management committee. Those we're talking about the CEO, chairman of the board, CFO, department heads, presidents. So they, of course, do our operations, our performance, yearly planning. So they're important because we bring them into this project. Here's our problem. And some of you might encounter this. Maybe you have solutions to this too. We had a good beginning management program where we gave beginning managers or managers that were newly promoted the basic skills and tools in management. How to have open communication, how to have conflict resolution in difficult conversations, how to work with change management and performance management. It worked well for beginning managers to give them the basics to get started. If they're new to our organization or if they're just new to management. We gave them 3 solid days of instructor-led training at different times. They had to complete with the curriculum. That doesn't include the e-learning. That was just the instructor-led. But like everything, it's not sustainable at all times. You can't change behavior. And it becomes a check the box, right? I need to take this training. Okay, I must be a good manager now. We also found that we had a skills gap. Good with the beginning. What are we doing for our mid-level managers and our upper-level managers? We weren't really doing anything. We weren't spending enough time with them. We weren't addressing their goals. And so what can we do about this? We had a gap. We took our performance management feedback from employees on our management. And what we found was we were lagging leadership competencies in adaptability, communication, and change management. I talk about communication all the time. We don't communicate enough. We have, I say it in every management presentation, you need to communicate. You need to communicate. Don't assume. We need to communicate down. We were also siloed structured. A lot of departments not talking with each other, not sharing ideas, business lines not working together. We have a lean office, but they can only get to so much too. So people kind of work in sometimes of an isolation. So we wanted to address that within this program. So what I want you to do is, what do you feel are the most important leadership skills? So go to www.menti.com, enter this code, 3843509. You don't have to put any spaces into it. It'll just accept the code. I did the space so you could see it better. Maybe it's so I can see it better. I do have my readers up here. And then just click submit. While you're doing that, I'm going to go ahead and bring that up while people enter. You can end up to 5 leadership skills. So I'll wait till you all get that code in. Oops, I just went back. All right, I'm going to do it this way because I'm failing at my fingers here. Here we go. Let me do it this way. So you can see these words are building leadership skills. Look what we have so far as people keep putting that in. Empathy, big thing, emotional IQ, right? Especially when COVID hit, and we brought that in. Listening, communication, business acumen, insight, coaching, relationship building. Now, how'd you know that? How do you know what leadership skills are and what they need? How do you guys know that?
You either experienced it or you've seen the absence of it, which, yeah, both ways.
Right. Anything else? I'm sorry, what was that? Yeah, exactly. Research, right? How many read lots of research? Yeah, if you don't know something or you want to make something more broad and more interesting and backed up by research, you start reading leadership books, right? So if you go ahead and research into those leadership books, research papers, articles, you're going to find these same things. Some are a little bit more prominent than others. Okay, let me go back. So we did this. We created a type of heat map for our organization. What we did our standard established leadership skills, and we put in there emotional intelligence because that's really big with the pandemic. It was coming up. Back then it was probably empathy, but we've been doing this. This is our 5th class. We took our first source evaluated manager competencies and then our senior management competencies, and we created a type of heat map. I couldn't show you, they wouldn't let me show you where we were weak in everything, but or what areas. We weren't weak in everything, we just certain areas. So we mapped it of where do we need improvement, where were we good at and had it covered, and where were our gaps. And we came up with, we were low in motivation, we were low in trust and accountability. So those kind of stuck out to us of our leadership skills. So our solution is we came up with our leadership program that we called with our acronym Leadership Education and Development. It was a deep dive into 6 main leadership topics. And it would start off with an introduction of, at the time, before COVID, an instructor-led class to kind of kick it off. And it would last, about 6-7 hours all day. And then we followed it up with asynchronous training. So we put the asynchronous training about 6 to 7 weeks more on top of the instructor-led after that. Why 6 to 8 weeks? Well, it helps keep the memory for the learning taking place, and it reduces cognitive overload. You can find research within that area. And then it ends up being a 15-month program. 15-month program that we go a little bit over the year, and it gets really into the details of these leadership abilities. So these are the program components that we have built into the program. So it starts with our talent review committee. Our talent review committee nominates the candidates for this program. They are contacted with an invite between the manager of the candidate, and they talk with the manager, our department head of human resources, and they also have a talk with the talent development manager. We're all in a meeting to tell them about hey, this is an honor. We want to help you develop. This is what's involved in the program, where you're expected to contribute about 2 hours a week to this program. And if you accept this, then we're going to start a cohort. So you're going to be in a cohort with people across different department areas, and you're going to work together throughout all these 15 months. So we start off with this. Does everybody accept to go into the program? No, there's a few that are like, not a good time. Okay, we respect that. We don't want somebody in the program that is not going to give their all and doesn't want to be better within their development. So once we get our cohort together, and it usually ends up being anywhere from 8 to 15 people, depending on, we start with a 360 assessment. So they take a 360 assessment, they do it about every 5 months. Then we start with our kickoff meeting. We have our CEO, chairman of the board, kick off this meeting, talking about leadership, what it means to our mission, vision, and values, what it means to our organization, and kind of kicks off the introduction. After the kickoff is when the asynchronous training starts. And we do it at this time, we do it in Microsoft Teams. They have weekly assignments. Are they all the same? No, we mix it up for variability. We built accountability into the program. So we'll talk about what does that look like. At first we were like, oh, maybe we should have like a grading system, A to F, like a college class. I don't suggest that. That was something that didn't go over well. Surveys and interviews. When we started, and we still do it, right? We're in our 5th class. We still survey and we interview the participants. Why? Because when we started, we weren't quite sure what was good and what wasn't. And so we wanted to interview them, get their feedback, make adjustments along the way. And we're still doing it. We're getting close to getting better and better at this. And then we wanted them to do a capstone project, to work together on some type of capstone with their class, something along that's going to benefit the organization. Will it streamline a process? Will it solve a problem? We wanted to give them and work on a capstone project. Here's our challenges. When we first started, we had time constraints and budget. So our budget was already set the year before. The department head of HR came to us and said, oh, it's April. Can you develop all of this? Get your first class up and rolling by January. We're like, oh yeah, sure, that's a challenge, thanks. Lack of resources. Our talent development department is small. We have 2 instructional designers and we share an admin. So we were like, okay, how are we gonna do that? We have decisions to make. Technology. How are we gonna work with the technology? What are we going to use? And at first we started with Skype for Business at the time. And you know, Teams bought out Skype for Business, and we were using Yammer. The problem with Yammer was when we were doing the asynchronous part, it doesn't hold a thread. It was hard for participants. There was frustration on the participant side. And you couldn't create subfolders of folders to organize the content. And so the participants were a little frustrated with that. And the program structure, the A to F structure is not good. We also created these very cool syllabuses or syllabi, like you do in a university and college. It was very impressive looking, but guess what? Nobody read them. So we're like, throw that out the window, make it more simplified for you. We were impressed with our own work, I guess. We were the victim of our own success. So what do I mean by that? We had leaders in the company that were meeting their business goals. We were profitable every year. So they're thinking, we're profitable. We don't need a leadership program. I'm already a good leader. I'm meeting my business goals. And look at these results. They're pretty cool. Then, get that with the buy-in. Our senior leaders. We knew our senior leaders weren't batting 1,000 when we were doing our heat map on the grid and also, you know, getting employee engagement involved. We knew they weren't batting 1,000, but they have what you call those groups illusory, and I can't say it right. Maybe I should say it like Canadian. Illusory superiority. Or if you want to go ahead and research the Dunning-Kruger effect. So to put this in terms, if I ask you, raise your hand if you are a good cook. Okay, raise your hand if you are a good driver. Raise your hand if you are a good manager. Raise your hand if you're a good presenter. Okay, well, 90% of us rate ourselves above average, right? I think I'm a good presenter, but maybe once I get the evaluation back, I might, you know, calm down a bit, like, ooh, I'm not. Oh no. All right, so think of a kitten thinking it's a lion, right? So how do you change that mindset? And again, we're still working on our siloed organization. A lot of people didn't want to open up. We don't know about this. We don't want to admit there's errors or there's weaknesses in our department, right? So we're still working through all of these challenges. So this is how we addressed them. Due to the time, due to budget, which I guess I didn't attend this conference, I don't know, 2016, because maybe I had to get above my money for this program, I'm not sure. Rob Peter to pay Paul. So we purchased some content only for the instructor-led portion. We didn't have time to train it with that timeline because we're not only doing instructional design, we're also doing leadership programs, we're also doing customer service programs, among other things. We did develop 43 to 46 weeks of content for the asynchronous portion. How did we develop them? Well, we looked at videos, we looked at TED Talks, leaders that are known talking about leadership, John Maxwell, Simon Sinek. We looked at articles, Forbes, Harvard, Business Review, all of those, McKinsey Street. So we looked at articles from well-known resources. We created various activities. So it's not like, go ahead, create a post, now reply. We varied it. It was based on case studies, and maybe we brought that in. For example, to increase trust, let's look at our policies. And let's play devil's advocate. Do we not trust because we have all these policies? What can you change in your department about policies? We did debates. We did interviews. Team, what's the outcome? What did they give you back in communication? We did group work. We've divided them up into groups to solve a situation or to discuss something in leadership. So we varied it. Our technology was that Skype for Business, like I mentioned, wasn't the best. Teams came along. We had to front load everybody in getting trained in Teams right away. When COVID hit, we had to show them this is how Teams works. At the same time, Microsoft's updating constantly. So that was fun. And we also didn't have enough Cisco licenses. COVID hit, people were quarantined at home. So we had to get Cisco licenses for people, and some of those affected were working from home or in the leadership program at certain times. In Teams, we created a channel for every week. We used files to organize everything they would need to create and finish an assignment, and then provide all their support materials. Our structure was we went to an 80% participation. We had various formats and tech tools to increase engagement. We used this when we were working with, some of you are over on Teams virtually. Some of you, maybe for the instructor letter, are with us within the class. So let's all be on the same tool like you guys did. Pick up your phone. Let's do Padlet. Let's do Mentimeter. There's a few others, WordWall, Poll Anywhere, some of you use. So let's talk about that, and that's how we broke it up. You have to be flexible to change. We were looking at the results, all our interviews, all the surveys, and we had to be flexible to change. We changed and fixed up, small group work that we didn't have before. They liked doing small group work with each other, getting that networking and learning. We're social beings, like somebody said, and that is true. And whether that was virtual in COVID, that's what they did. That was very positive. We also had to be flexible to change with COVID. When COVID hit, we had to look at our assignments and we had to streamline it down. We had leaders in there that were part of the PPP process. They were burning out. So we switched up these assignments, make it more concise, not so much to do. We had to get the buy-in, so we had to present the benefits. We created executive summaries for the Senior Deployment Committee. They included the goals, the objectives, the activities, and what is their part within this? What are they expected to do? They were expected to meet with some of our participants when the participants contacted them. They had to talk about what goes well for them in certain leadership abilities and skills. And we also looked at our SDC members and we said, we want you to talk each time we do an instructor-led portion or the virtual portion in Teams. We would look at our SDC and we're like, this one would be good on this topic. So for trust, we had our head of legal compliance talk. Who could you not trust more than legal compliance? So it's a real good, interesting twist. And he gets to see what goes on in the departments and think about it, and maybe can we improve something along the bank? So it's also implemented into our talent review and succession planning. For Silo, we have the capstone, so they work together. They also analyze and discuss processes from different departments. That's the beauty of the asynchronous. They start seeing what people are doing, what they're struggling with, what works well, and they start sharing those ideas. And of course, they have to interview different members. They have to interview their team and other managers. These are the benefits. I'm going to show you some of our results from this. So decrease the leadership effectiveness gap that we had, retain and attract talent, increase productivity, leadership agility, decrease in departmental silos, and increasing communication across departments. This is just, if you're not familiar with Teams, I just put this in so you can see our setup. So each channel is a certain week. And then we have our documents for general area. Number 3 is we put everything they would need, the directions, videos, articles they would need to complete the activities, and then that's just a post. So you can see how they post and reply. The thing we want to put in there is also, it's a component, is celebrate success. 15 months, man, they deserve it. We do celebration, cocktails, dinner, awards, the CEO talks, our department head of human resources talk, and then we make one person from the lead class talk. How did this benefit for them? What did they get out of it? It's been very touching over the years because we've had grown men cry up giving their speeches, and women, and it's been because they're so touched. They thank us for investing in them. These are the metrics we measure. So 360, we talk about their engagement. We want 80% participation. They're allowed to miss one assignment. The ARCS model of motivation, we go ahead and we'll talk about that, and then promotion. So this is how it broke down for us. We have 34 of 37 candidates complete the program for 91%. So what happened to those candidates? Well, some realized they had to drop out of the program. Some, if they weren't participating, we kindly asked them to drop out of the program, and maybe it's not a good time for them right now. Retention, out of those 34, 32 are still with us. What happened to the 2? I like to think that after the lead program, they got so many good skills, it looked great on their resume, and one of them might be working for you. Do you know Darren? So I like to think that's what happened. Career impact, 62%. So promotions, elevated roles, 48% received a promotion or elevated role after the program. Performance impact, performance review ratings increased by 7%. That excludes 3 that didn't get in by the time I looked at this data. And leadership agility, 7%. They were leading one department, now they're leading a whole different business line somewhere else in the bank. These were the outcomes of our leadership quotient, our 360. So we look for numbers of improvement in each area throughout the years. You can see 6, 5, 7. This last year, not a great improvement, but improvement for them. They already came in high compared to the other classes and cohorts. This is our net promoter score. How likely are they to promote this leader? And you can see they have gone up in points throughout the years. We also looked at the ARCS model. So is it attentive? Did it hold their attention? Were they able to contribute? Was it feasible? Was it relevant? Can they do these skills now and will they be able to apply it in the future? This is Keller's ARCS. Are they confident? Can they apply these skills and are they usable? And are they satisfied? Are they satisfied not with the program per se, but are they satisfied with themselves as a leader? So lessons learned, obtain all buy-in from stakeholders, right when you're developing, get them involved. Start with the high-level leaders. When we started, we didn't pick the highest level, and that was our mistake because we're like, oh no, we're gonna start with middle level. And then we're like, oh wait, well, their manager's kind of lacking, you know? So then when we asked those managers, they had that illusory superiority complex going on. We're like, oh, you kind of need this. We have to prepare for leaders without direct reports. What can we give leaders without direct reports? We had some in the program, and we have to kind of give them more tools than what we offer. We have to be flexible, adjust, and stay the course. What I mean by that is COVID hit, and we're like, oh my gosh, do we take a year off? We didn't. We kept going. We had to vary it and do it virtually instead of instructor-led, and we narrowed it down to 3.5 hours for virtually and not a whole day instructor. Constantly gauge the program to make your adjustments. Build in your accountability, what that may be, and outline in detail the capstone. We gave more flexibility, like, hey, we want you guys to come up with the ideas. We found out they need more details. So we did more of like a project-based, okay, here's your task. This is the timeline of when you have to meet with who, get a project sponsor. So we're ironing out those details right now. Summary, it's a constant commitment. You need somebody to monitor the asynchronous part of it. You need to provide feedback, constant feedback. It's successful. We're seeing it's retaining, it's improving leaderships, it's closing our retirement gap, and it's allowing career growth and investing in our employees. And stay the course, and expands every year. It's gaining momentum. Now we have enough people that graduated, they want to get together, network, and teach other people of the bank and talk about leadership topics, and then just invite people that aren't part of the program into this type of networking that we're going to be working on. So I can take, I don't know, do we have time for questions, or you can catch me on?
Yeah, would you mind if we catch you a break, if that's right?
I do not mind.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I'll just run fast.
All right, we'll take.
All right.
All right, thank you, Marjorie.
Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations. That's a great program. All right, so we're going to take a break, and just one more plug about the surveys, so please wrap that up. We're going to go ahead and we need to make up about 5 minutes during the break, so we're going to come back at 10:40 and wrap up our last few sessions starting at 10:40. All right, so sounds good. Thanks.
They just send it to us. They don't. No talking to them. Well, and now you have to go to that extreme. I think there are leaders that have deficits in areas. And they said, well, we have the same people that. So these people, because they're not. Yeah. And that's the same group of people that attend those management. So I'm not opposed to them attending. But it's this. Yeah. You like to see you. It's not like we're gonna have a co-hard. If we do a co-hard, make right. You know what I mean? It's not, well, in our. I think there's like 70 leaders. Because when I sent out that email, you know how, when I sent out that IMS, and I think it's like 70. It's just like, it's just this is like, So they met the assistant. Are they in there? I hadn't checked that. They get it from my government. They talk there. That's how we. I don't think we would get buy-in. Even with our book club, we're meeting monthly. We're meeting monthly for that.
Which is
they
really
need kind of time
They need
to
time
even
to
do
do
it.
it.
Plus, yeah. I think so.
Program I was telling you about last time. One of the great great to use your laptop. I use my laptop to sort of most days. And answer questions. There's no surrounding me. I'm not sure how it's going to be. We let them determine. We recommend. Before check-ins, we quarterly check-ins.
Yeah. Yeah, I was, I don't know, I think I just.
We were just kind of.
I gave you great marks.
Are you gonna go?
Couple good apps.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Good morning.
Was
So
it
far.
right?
I feel like people are missing out.
It's not very hard.
It's crazy that people have like already left. And now it's like Susie.
Did she leave? Yeah, I didn't see her leave. I saw her in the morning. I wish I wanted to say bye to her. Matt left, yeah. Yeah, and he has great enthusiasm, yeah. There.
Yeah, it told me. They're like opposite.
Yeah, I don't know what the secret sauce is to get people to stay, you know? It's like, that's why we packed in a lot yesterday. Uh, what's going on? Did I lose a connection? I mean, oh, there you go. Okay, perfect. Okay, Bernie, you're good.
No, you said don't take it.
Oh, yes. He wants to walk a little, be here like, so if we can just move the camera. Yeah, I'll get the handheld for him. There's one right here. But just to move the. Okay, so I'll move around with one. It's not that big a group, and you have the other one. We don't have the lab, right?
Should I walk around with this?
I was wondering. No, you don't need that. I
Let me put out on the cart.
Okay, but let's. Okay. Yeah, but should we move this, the camera, or we just need to? What did you do last time? Yeah. Shall I move it, or leave it for you to do?
As long as Curtis.
Yeah, that's good. Just see how it looks. And then make sure the remote works. Where did the remote? Oh, here. Yeah, if you got the screen in there, that's good. And this guy doesn't like me every time I try to.
Very nice job. Yeah. Great answer. Yeah, no, that was kind of like.
So we went back to the other.
All right, we have to close hers out.
Okay, so now we're back. That's for.
That was.
Wait, let me close it.
Click on here. And then you can go out, yeah.
In fact. Okay, now it's just this one. Okay, and it's on. Okay.
Which is probably advancing the wrong PowerPoint.
Maybe that's what it is. You're
Yeah.
right. You're right.
All right, it's right here next to the computer.
That actually looks great. Oh, that's actually right. Oh, you did? Oh, thanks. Okay. You gonna plug in that? Oh, yeah. It seems to be working.
Second Life was a big deal.
Yeah.
And I remember covering this movie at the rooms. They're like, if you're being stuff in real life, you're also something. Second Life. You're not even getting coaches. That has always stuck with me as a problem.
So true.
Yeah.
Because, and sometimes it's like, yes, education is nice, but when you're no longer in university, you have to be close. I want to be sure because you got
Basically, we need to get into more depth in the time. We must get into more depth.
I think I'm really interested in anything that trying to just maybe more than a lot of work. I've got a call. Diversity team development. For my daughter. So I was curious if you wanted technology. Like, how does this translate people who are trying to bring in populations with disabilities That's really bad. Yeah.
Well, to those parts,
All the internet, yeah, I mean, we
and since you were pointing about the same,
Yes. No, I was more curious of like, I think adaptive technology can help scale. Usually work that way, right? Like, and it might be a more accessible way to actually write this. That might be interesting in versus like us train everyone. If your brain works with, that's like a function on, it's very hard to focus on cluster. Maybe it's very good. It's just but like these games that nobody got out here, like just sit down I work at Smart Money. We're in Thomasville.
Okay. Yeah, all right. We are, what the numbers first, like,
How big are you guys?
6 million.
Okay, we're at 5.
That's, I heard, no,
Yeah.
6 million, about 60 grand locations.
Yeah, we have 40 locations in North City.
Okay, okay.
So we're only about 15 years old, so we're growing out. A lot of Kelly and Kim, they work for a credit union in Texas. They're smaller.
Okay.
They may be good ones to actually do in the credit union space. We operate in some ways on the trading, but we get a lot of feedback that we have the credit union more laid back, eyes. Pretty I would say 80% of our revenue is through. Sure.
This is the fun.
So you have 6 locations. Okay. How far are they? See, that's the struggle that we have to spread out.
No, I'm not. Yeah.
So we are in place where we don't have training lines. We are sending them to branch.
Welcome, welcome. 1, 2, 3. Welcome to the Philadelphia Hilton Downtown, a place where your dreams can come true. 1, 2, 3. One.
Yeah.
All right. You're hot right now.
He does go to Brandon, I think he's taking more testing.
And you said a hot.
And he did say.
After the conference, yeah.
All right, go under your arm.
Okay.
Your shoulder. Then we can put your blazer back on after we get the cable.
All right.
For some reason, it doesn't like your shoulders.
Okay.
That's why the cable doesn't work. Apart or anything. And
There we go.
You turned on? Is
I
there a
don't-
light on?
Yeah. All right. So how do I advance the slides? Is there a clicker up there? Okay. And you'll take a couple pictures? Okay. Great. Awesome. Thank you. Get him back up there. That's it.
I did my first question framing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You tried it? Okay. Good. Oh, really?
That's what I was going to tell you before when you were busy. And I'm like, hey, Pete, this is a good time. I said, Pete, this. I said, oh, he knew. I said, I'm Dom. I was like, but I know. I'm like, you should be using that on the other side.
There you go. That's it. Nice. Good for you, man. All right.
But you're very so there's a balance between like throwing you into that environment and actually focusing on because that's happening. Air on fire. Yes, exactly. It's like I mean that's the balance too.
What?
So you're going to be floating all the whole time? So we're wondering about this one.
You can leave it off. That's all. I'll just use lavalier. No problem. Although Curtis may use it. Yeah. What time are we going to? Okay. All right. Okay.
All right, I think a couple checked out or whatever.
stragglers.
All right. Okay. All right. Let's do it.
All right, welcome back. I think we've got our group. I think we'll have a couple people coming back after checking out, I'm sure, this morning. So I get the privilege of kicking off our next home stretch sessions here with introducing a person who come to know through this conference. So very awesome leader, very insightful, and one that's definitely opened my eyes to a lot of concepts and thoughts around mindset and emotional intelligence. What am I thinking? I don't know what I was going to say there. But yeah, so Bernie, thank you for coming. I'm looking forward to hearing what you have to say around your skill-based development program. Please join me in welcoming Bernie.
All right. Thanks, Curtis. All right. Hi, everyone. So Simon Sinek already came up earlier this morning, and I love that quote, and it's one of my favorite TED Talks in which that quote is embedded. And he says, leaders eat last. And it's a practice from the Marine Corps where, when they're in the field, they sit down to dinner. You would think the highest ranking officer would get the first pick of the food, but in fact, the leaders eat last. And I think the same is true of this conference, right? Because if you think about it, the whole agenda has been, what can you do for your organization? What have I done for for my organization that you can now replicate, right? And so in talking with Curtis and Shireen, we wanted to have something for all of you as leaders, as a workshop that you can actually use to develop yourself and your teams, because we're all leaders here, whether we manage people directly or we manage stakeholders, we're all leaders in some way. And so this workshop is really for all of you, and we're going to make it more workshop-like. I guess fortunately, with a lot of people having to leave, is that fortunately we have a more intimate group, so hopefully it will make the participation more fluid and engaging. That's my fortunately. I obviously represent JP Morgan. I'm here on their behalf. I spoke on their behalf on the panel yesterday. One of the gifts they've given me is they've allowed me to also do some coaching myself and do some broader coaching myself. And so I just thought, if we're going to do a workshop for you guys, do you want competitor logo on the materials you might use afterwards? And so this is my gift to all of you, is that I'm doing this, through my personal template. If you want to use some of these slides, happy to chat afterwards, happy to give them out, and maybe something that you want to bring to your organization. At the same time, in the Q&A, if you want to talk about how we're using coaching at JP Morgan, I am happy and proud. I've got a vest upstairs, Patagonia vest with JP Morgan on it. I'm happy to wear that jersey and talk about the coaching that we're doing internally as well. Make sense? Okay, let's get started. All right, so we're going to start with a story. This is the USS JFK. It's older class aircraft carrier, and one of the commanding officers of this ship is a guy named William Yates. And shortly after Captain Yates graduated from Annapolis, he received the nickname Buddy. And if you know how nicknames work, right, they're always the opposite of who you are. So I would get the nickname Tiny, right? So you can imagine Buddy was a pretty ornery guy, lots of sharp elbows, pretty tough attitude, but he felt that would get him where he wanted to go in the U.S. Navy. And it did. It got him on the bridge of a U.S. naval aircraft carrier, which was his dream job. And, we know how it feels for some of us to get that dream job. And when you get there, you feel really good. And even more so, you feel very validated in your style, right? Because you're like, okay, I got here. This is who I was. It must be continue as I've been doing, right? I mean, that's the environmental feedback. So he gets on the bridge of the ship. They sail off from San Diego, California. You can actually see the name of this ship on the aircraft carrier monument in San Diego. It's a real story. They sail off about 2 weeks off the coast of California. Everything's going great. Buddy's feeling even better than usual. About 2 weeks into the trip, they get up north by Alaska, Bering Sea, And if you've seen any of these like documentaries about fishing boats or just the deep ocean, you know that when you get out there, right, probably same off the coast of Maine if you get far enough out, right? You get out there, like there's waves and storms that are big enough to put a ship like this on the bottom of the ocean, right? So here you are, this is your first voyage. You've got hundreds of lives on the ship that you're responsible for. The thing is nuclear powered, so you potentially have a nuclear accident in the middle of the ocean, and it's pretty much the end of your career just as it's getting started. So what happens, right? What do? We tunnel into our style, and sure enough, our friend Buddy does the same thing. And about 30 minutes into the storm, he gets a call on the communications phone on the bridge, and the message is as follows. Unknown vessel, which is talking to his ship. This is U.S. Naval. We're on a direct heading for each other. Please adjust your course, right? So think about it. I don't care whether you're walking down the street, you're riding a bike, you're driving a car, you're about to crash into something. What's your first instinct? Let's get out of the way, right? Let's get the hell out of the way. Not Buddy. He fires back the following message. U.S. Naval, this is actually the USS JFK. Good afternoon. I'm pretty sure we're the largest ship in these waters. We're also an aircraft carrier. If we're on a direct heading for each other, I'm going to go ahead and order you to get out of my way, which is like wild, right? Like you're about to crash into someone and you just ordered them to get out of your way. But so it was for Buddy. 30 seconds later, he gets the final message. USS JFK, this is U.S. Naval again. Understand you're the largest ship in the waters. Understand you're an aircraft carrier. Fantastic. We are a lighthouse. It's your call. So I first heard this story when I was going through my executive coaching program at Teachers College at Columbia. And this story, which I heard ironically from a client advisor, not from a manager, it really hit me like a bolt of lightning because I was like, this is what we're trying to do with coaching, right? Like we're all sailing through the waters of life, through the waters of our organization, and our type, our style, our approach, it's the largest ship in those waters, particularly like in the last presentation when our projects are attached to the most senior leaders at our firm or attached to client work that we're doing, right? It's the largest ship and people need to get out of our way. And what we don't see are the lighthouses, right? And that's what we're trying to do as coaches is help people to see those lighthouses. Now, of course, what's the irony of this story? Any English majors in the group? What's the irony that he's about to crash into a lighthouse? What is the job of a lighthouse? Safety, right? Literally to keep the ship safe, right? When I give this course to millennials, it's like hashtag you had one job, right? Like lighthouse has one job, right? Keep people safe. That's what he's about to crash into. And I see that as a deeper metaphor for our own resistance to feedback. And I'm talking to myself just as much to you guys, right? There is always a reason not to take feedback. You don't understand my team. You don't understand what I do. You don't understand our business. You're coming in from the outside, right? It's not applicable. There's always a reason not to. Even me this morning asking Matt, what do you do about toxic people on your team, right? Like that's me being resistant to like, oh, you're telling me how to lead a team. I got some people that you should meet, right? Like it's just resistance to feedback, right? And that's what we see in this story. And that is one of the difficulties for us as leaders and managers. And one of the lighthouses that I find more often than not, myself as a leader, I've gone through this, and I see this in my sales leaders at JP Morgan that I work with. I'm sure Sonia saw it in all the leaders she worked with when we were together at JP Morgan until she left us. And, you know, I see it in the private coaching that I do, right? It's really hard to see the lighthouses. And one of those is we get into one style as a manager, okay? And in reality, being a leader is multifaceted, right? We're called upon to manage. We're called upon to coach. We're called upon to mentor. You could probably add training, consultant, strategist, right? We're called upon to wear so many hats, and yet at the same time, we tend to go back towards what's comfortable. So let's just try a little exercise, which I did get from the Columbia program. This is one of their gifts to me. We're going to talk a little bit about the difference between three of these very important roles: managing, coaching, and mentoring. And I picked bike riding because that's my favorite leisure activity, but could be anything, making a margarita, playing golf, doesn't matter. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna have like the first 2 rows over here, okay, right up front. I want you to think about what is it like if you were managing someone through the process of learning how to ride a bike. What would that look like? What would your role be? Be as specific as possible. And then our back 2 rows, what would it look like if you were coaching somebody in the art of cycling? Okay, how would you coach them? And then for our 3 rows over here, small in number, mighty in ideas, I'm sure, what would it look like to mentor someone in the art of cycling? Or if you're not a bike rider yourself, pick some other leisure activity, okay? So just take a minute or 2. You guys can talk to each other also. And, let's come up with some ideas. Hopefully everybody had a cup of coffee on the break. Maybe. I don't know. That might be in the managing bucket. Like you wouldn't be in the mentoring bucket for sure. But I coach a lot of people that have never done their job. Like I've coached teachers. I've never been a actual teacher, right? Yeah. Right. This is the question of, do subject matter experts and high-performing individual contributors make the best manager? All right, so let's come back. Let's come back. All right, so we've already had an interesting discussion on the sidebar here. Do you need functional expertise to manage? And that's like a bigger question than I think we can deal with today, right? Because this, what's your name again? Pete. So Pete asked, he's like, well, what if I don't know how to ride a bike? What role can I play in this? And this is like the fundamental question of leadership, right? Do you need functional expertise to be a good leader, right? Sales organizations like I work in would say, yes, let's take the highest producing salesperson, let's make them a manager, and let's get everybody else producing at the same level, right? Like that's the theory of the case. Does not always work. On the other hand, like talk to anybody in a nonprofit who's ever had a business person come in and say, all right, we're going to run this nonprofit like a business, right? And like, oh boy. And so not having that functional expertise can also be a barrier. So this is the debate you want to have with your managers, right? Is like, what is the role of functional expertise? Okay, so managing riding a bike. Anybody from that group just want to give us a couple of observations? How would you manage somebody through bike riding? Safety, okay. Say more about that. Okay. Okay. Got it. So manager, you guys saw that as a more directional role. Here's what you need to do. You talked about safety and putting boundaries and guardrails around the exercise, and the fact that you could manage in some way without getting within 100 feet of a bike, right? You could get through a lot of management and compliance. Leave it to a financial conference to put like management and compliance around bike riding. But yes, that's absolutely a great summary of how you'd manage somebody through bike riding. How about coaching? Texas, what'd you think? What was the deal with coaching in bike riding, or anybody in the group? Beautiful. Motivation, okay. What else? Any other thoughts?
Yeah, I was just asking more than telling, right? You just kind of listen where they are, and then it's your when I would ask a lot more than tell.
Yeah. Pull versus push, right? Asking more questions, trying to get to their motivation and interest in bike riding as a way of creating the circumstances in which they're going to get on the bike, right? Like my son is learning how to ride a bike now, in quotes, and I can tell like he understands the management of it. He understands the mechanics of it. Mentally, he will not release the fact that he's going to fall, and like he's got to allow that happen as part of the process. And part of that is he's not motivated, right? Like he can get on a scooter, he can walk somewhere. I usually am happy to drive him around, so maybe it's my fault. But like he doesn't have that motivation yet to say like what is, and one day he's gonna say, I wanna be independent. I wanna go to the library by myself and it's too far to walk. Okay, now we've got some motivation. Now maybe you are willing to take some risks. Contrast that with my daughter, who saw her brother struggling to ride a bike, saw an opportunity to show him up. Boom, motivation. During the pandemic, she learned how to ride a bike. And this is a girl who's been in physical therapy since she's 1 year old, right? Because she is low tone and all that. She learned how to ride a bike because now she gets to hang out with dad. She gets to do something her brother can't. Boom, motivation creates action, and we've got a bike rider. Okay, mentoring. How would you guys mentor somebody through bike riding? Thank you.
More about sharing experiences, talking about safety, bringing in your network of colleagues who ride, and perhaps just fun places where you've ridden before.
Yeah, storytelling, experiences, highly autobiographical, highly emotionally connected, but it also requires like some alignment, you know, of personalities or interests or experiences, right? Like one of the what's that? Modeling, yes, absolutely. This is how I did it, right? This is how I did it. This is how you should do it. This was great for me. This will be incredible for you. So there's a highly autobiographical element to mentoring. And one thing we have to be careful about with mentoring from an inclusion and diversity perspective is it's very homogenizing, right? Especially when you have organizations where you have predominantly older white males in management running organizations, and you get into mentoring, it's like, look, this is how I did it. This is how I came up. And a lot of times when you get in some of the generational work too, there's a real sense of disconnect because the older generation is like, look, I had to fight all these battles to get where I am. You guys don't get it. You're not willing to fight the battles. Your values aren't the same as me. And so while mentoring can be super powerful and motivating and exciting, it's actually the way a lot of industries learn. Like firefighters and doctors actually learn by sharing stories through mentoring. It can also be very dangerous because it has a very homogenizing or very alienating, it's a very homogenizing effect. Okay, so like at this point, if you're doing this for yourself or your leader, like this is like workshop over, right? Like we've already had some great insights, and this is the beauty of experiential learning, right? It's like you guys all know this already. You're just reflecting it back to me. You're creating insights for yourself, right? But then we want to put some structure around it for ourselves and for our teams, because the lighthouse is, you know, we all tend to, I'll just bring them up one at a time. We all tend to wear the hat we like best. And we all know the old saying, you have a hammer in your hand, everything looks like a nail, right? And so we tend to overdo and overlook one of these things, right? It's the way every EQ assessment in the world works, right? What do you overdo? What do you overlook? So management. And as all of you said, I'm gonna go through this real quick. Directive and directional, it's about pushing, clarity, literally rules of the road, and giving the answers, right? People want clear directions done. And there's a role for that, right? Especially in financial services or something dangerous like bike riding, like there is a role for management. We cannot shirk that responsibility. Coaching, completely the opposite. It's about creating the circumstances for growth. It's about pulling things out of people. It's about believing the person you're coaching has the answers inside of them. Looking at strengths and blind spots, asking questions versus giving answers. By the way, it also requires more engagement on the part of the person that you're coaching. To manage, your employee can be more passive. They're like, yes, boss, I will follow the rules. Okay, that's fine. Like you may have accomplished what you need to with managing. With coaching, if you don't have that engagement on the other side, if the person is not coachable or ready for coaching, it's not gonna go anywhere. And then finally, mentoring, which Arun, you beautifully shared, right? Very autobiographical. You talked about shared experience, what worked for me. It's very encouraging and affirming because you're like, wow, I really respect you. And you got to this place and you're giving me a roadmap to get there. And it's about transferring experiences, very story driven. But again, the risk is it has that homogenizing effect. It has that effect of saying, this is the only way to do it, which we know in our workplaces is not the way we need to operate, right? It's going to create more exclusion than inclusion. So just like, we'll just do a show of hands. I didn't do a Mentimeter. We'll just do a show of hands. And normally, like when I'm doing this inside of a workshop, I've got a flip chart with all of these buckets up there, and I have people put like colored Post-it notes with their names underneath each one. I did this with a group of sales leaders, and everybody was in the coaching and mentoring bucket. Which one are you most comfortable using? Which one do you use all the time? And literally somebody in the group said, we should change the name of this from the management team to the coaching team. And ironically, I was invited in to do this workshop because they were talking about getting people to raise their activity levels, which ironically in some ways requires more management. So it actually was a great like kind of lighthouse moment where everybody saw visually where the Post-it notes were and actually where they needed to be. Okay, so show of hands. How many people are most comfortable as a manager? Raise your hand. Nobody, okay. How many people are most comfortable wearing the coaching hat? Raise your hand. Oh, wow, all the hands go. Okay, we know why you picked this job. Me too, I'll raise my hand. How many people are most comfortable mentoring? Okay. All right, so again, like for those of you who are managers, right, you're not managing, right? Because if you're most comfortable doing something, chances are that's where you spend most of your time. I actually, just to be autobiographical for a second and personal, like I got this feedback at a 360 from my team. They're like, listen, the coaching is great, the career conversation's wonderful, the quarterly coffees, right? But like sometimes we just need some clear direction. Sometimes we just need to know what to do, tell us a goal, tell us how to get there, tell us what you need us to do, right? We need more answers and fewer questions. And so I had to pivot my style because I did lean more into coaching. I felt like that was the best way to manage. And it turns out that was not working for my team when it was overused. So this is where if like, Curtis gave me an hour, you could spend an hour just talking about this with your leaders or with your own team, right? In a session, kind of spending a lot of time on the Post-it notes. Where are you? What are you doing? Okay. How about your best experience? David and I were just talking about this. He's used this prompt as well. Anybody have a really good experience being managed or coached or mentored that they want to share and what they learned from it? What's your best experience with one of these hats?
So I'll flip it where, this is probably going back 18 years, right? I was asked to create a workshop from my boss, who's actually still my boss. Is this on? Yeah. So I was
You've had
asked
the
to-
same boss for 18 years?
I've had the same boss for 20 years. I've been at the bank 28 years. I've had the same boss for 20 years.
There are marriages that don't last that long.
I'm not going to respond to that. Sometimes I feel like, anyway. But
Keep going, Bill,
Is
keep
this
going.
therapy session or is this? So I built this workshop. I won't get into the details, and we were piloting it with a room probably this size. I'm up in the front where you are. He's sitting in the back, and he stops me halfway through. He says, "I apologize to the audience. This isn't what I expected to see. We're going to stop. Bill, see me in my office, and we're going to regroup."
Whoa.
Yeah, and I stayed.
You stayed after that.
But I was wrong in what I was doing. My approach was off, right? I wasn't really focused. So the lesson learned was he was right. Like when I thought about it, after I stopped being angry about it, right? I was like, you're right. This is how it could have been better. This is how we should do it. But it was painful, right? But that experience, and that hasn't ever happened again.
Yeah.
Because I learned from it. But that's one experience that jumps out.
Look, I know it's cheesy, but let's give Bill a little clap. I mean, that's like tough to share. All right. I mean, that's a powerful experience, right? And I think, you had some level of trust with that person or some self-awareness that allowed you to stay and say, okay, this feels really painful in the moment, but I'm going to accept this feedback. You did not run into the lighthouse that day. Really, really powerful. So you think about like management as a teaching tool, right? Like maybe the person didn't approach it the best way. Maybe they did, because 20 years later, you remember that story, right? And so, debatable how we would all approach it, but not debatable that it was effective, right? Because you are where you are, Bill. Okay. Did you have your hand up?
So Terry Dial was the CEO for Citigroup for a little while, and she was giving this is also ages back because if I'm dating myself by saying that, but essentially she was doing a session for high potentials on the importance of customer centricity and recognizing and realizing that these customers are real people and they have emotions, and you should be attuned to that. It's not just about the numbers and providing products and services. And I was running around taking pictures of the event, and you could tell that the admin was like waiting at the door because she was running super late and she needed to run to the next thing. And before leaving, she goes, "Before I go, and I know my admin's about to kill me, but actually, can you come up here? You've been taking all the pictures. You're not in any of them." And the whole room just went silent. So to the point about kind of modeling and coaching and mentoring, to show her attunement despite having so much distraction around the world in terms of everything she was trying to do, she communicated her message of people will never forget how you made them feel by a simple action of modeling exactly what she was talking about. So
beautiful. What a beautiful example of mentoring as an act of inclusion, right? And bringing you up there, the feeling that you had, and as a way of telling that story about her own credibility. Because it's one thing to spend 45 minutes on, we have to put our customers first, but in minute 44, when she pulls you up there and is late for her next meeting to give you that moment, that 1 minute was worth the whole 44 that came before it. And by the way, you just told me a story on the break. You had a client approach you. They asked for something that they were going to pay a lot of money to build, and you said no to that piece of business because it was the wrong thing for the client. And I would draw a line right back to that experience that you had on customer centricity. So that's a beautiful example. Okay. How are we doing on time, Curtis? 5 minutes. Okay. Not okay. 8 minutes. Okay. All right. So, a lot of you in the prior session from First Source talked about emotional intelligence as, one of the key drivers of what makes a good leader. This is a connectivity between the last two sessions. And I would argue that thinking about empathy and how you handle relationships, that will help you in deciding which hat to wear, right? Because every day as leaders, we're confronted with this situation. Like, what hat am I going to wear in this interaction, in this quarter, with this team, with this person? how do I flex my style? And sometimes just simply having that self-awareness of where do I go to first? Like, what's the easiest thing for me to grab? What's the junk food, right? I just grab it, I eat it, feels good in the moment. Where do I need to manage my emotions? Like, I'd really like to mentor this person right now because I see myself in them and it's going to be great. But I know I need to give them some tough love. I know I need to manage them in that moment. How do I put the outcome ahead of my emotions and reactions? How do I stay motivated to do this work, right? Especially during a pandemic, we're kind of in the passion work of corporate life. And if you read studies about passion work, it's like ripe for abuse, right? Because people are like, well, you love doing this and you care about our people, right? So you do this for free, right? And therefore, we're going to ask you to do all sorts of things, right? And we're on the leading edge of bringing people back. And, you know, yesterday, the colleague from EY talked about training managers on RTTO, right? Return to office. Like, we're doing some of the hardest work in the company. So how do we focus on our own motivation to do that work? And then empathy for the person that we're in front of, right? In deciding which hat is the best hat to wear. And it may not be the easiest one for them, but it may be the right one. And then how do we flex our style in terms of how we handle relationships? So again, this is a nice lead in if you're doing this workshop into EQ assessments. Because I always talk about it as like, look, this is the destination that we're trying to get to. We're trying to be more emotionally intelligent. All those assessments, whether it's StrengthsFinder, Myers-Briggs, FIRO, DISC, I mean, pick your favorite, right? That's just punching the address into Waze. That's just giving you a roadmap to get here faster. And so you can put any one of those underneath this session, and you can also jump off from this workshop into one-on-one coaching. I've been coaching people for like 6 months off the back of one of these sessions that I've read internally. Just, you know, it started with how do we get back to management? And then of course, once you get in that situation, it really opened up the lens. And again, this is the power of motivation. There's Super Mario, if you guys remember that from the 8-bit days. You know, what gets you over that chasm? Like, what gets you to cross the chasm between what you know is good for you and what you actually do, right? Like, quick show of hands. How many people feel like it's a good idea to get 8 hours of sleep a night? Like, would that feel good? Okay. How many people feel good after they work out? Okay. How many people do that 365 days a year? Right? Nobody. Nobody ever raises their hand. Why? The difference is motivation. On any given day, I will tell you, exercise and sleep are amazing. I do not get exercise or sleep every single day. And what's missing is the motivation to put other things aside to do those things. And that's what we really need to help people do to cross that chasm, because this work of emotional intelligence, let's be honest, it's really hard. Like, it takes us out of our comfort zone. And so we need to find that motivating factor to do it. And some of motivation is just like, what do you do when you fall down? And these are two of my favorite quotes, one from Carol Dweck and one from Angela Duckworth, and they're all about failure. So going back to Bill's comment, right? And there's like a couple of entrepreneurs who talk about how supposedly their parents every night at dinner would, like the founder of Spanx talks about this, right? She's like, every night my parents would sit us down and they say, what did you fail at today? And maybe they did, I'll believe her, right? But like, if you think about it, it's a powerful exercise, right? Because it normalizes failure as a growth opportunity. You cannot have growth without failure. And so the sooner we can help our leaders find a safe way to embrace failure, the faster they're going to feel comfortable moving forward. Yes, go ahead. Yeah. I mean, I guess for me, the link is, you know, failure is often framed as demotivating and a step backwards. And I think if you can bring failure into the lens of learning and growing and something that helps you get back in a growth mindset, it can actually be one of the most motivating things, you know, to make you do better. Go ahead, sir. Yeah, it is a big life lesson, absolutely. I mean, we've all, like, we went around the room, and like we just all shared like what's our biggest failure, right? And what did we learn from it? My favorite interview question. You know, I think we would get a lot out of it in terms of motivating ourselves to move forward. But when we say failure as just a setback, that's when, to your point, it does feel disconnected from motivation. It's that life lesson, right? What do you do? How do you get back up when you fall? Okay. All right. So again, in the spirit of workshops, I would ask you to write down what's one thing you're going to do differently as a result of the session today. That's the way I end all my workshops. So, you know, there's plenty of studies that show if you write it down, you'll actually do it. So go ahead and take a minute. What's one thing that you would do differently as a result of the workshop today? Exercise. I walked to the pretzel store this morning. I don't know if that counts or not. Yeah. All right. So what we have, like Curtis is telling me, we got 2 minutes left. About, okay, we'll call it 3. What questions do y'all have about what I've shared or how it's been implemented? Or comments, feedback? Yes.
I go back to one question. How does a manager or a coach or a mentor help somebody get that chance to keep going? Okay, I guess that's, yeah, I think it's a great picture. I've never seen it before. How do you get some, I mean, I'm pull that for myself and also people I work with.
Yeah, I think it's personal to everyone, and that's where I think coaching can be very powerful, because you have to dig in with the person a little bit and find their motivation. And oftentimes what they share with you in the first list of 3 things is not the actual thing. Like those are the head fakes. Those are the things they tell everybody that they meet with. And when you build that trust, you get to that 7th, 8th, and 9th thing that they're not sharing with everyone. That's really where the motivation is. So I start off by saying, you know, what brings you to coaching today? Like, what do you want to work on? And then they'll tell me 3 or 4 things. I'm like, okay. I'm like, which one will change your life the most? Okay, this one. All right, how will it change it, right? And through all this conversation, you're building that motivation. A lot of times you get 15 minutes down the road and you're like, yeah, this is not the real thing. Like, we need to back up and figure out what the difference is. And sometimes it takes 7, 8 sessions until that idea finally pops out. Does that help? Cool. Any other questions?
Just a comment. I think we created a safe space for us to feel like we could share. I'm not sure maybe partly your style, but also just the way that you made us feel, which is great.
I appreciate that. I think it's all of you guys, right? Like, you know, being open to it. But I think it's also, Arun gives us like a good object lesson, because it doesn't take very long to create that space and trust in the room. And I think we take that for granted. Like, we've been together for a day and a half. You know, we don't really all like know each other. Some of us know each other better than others, but you're right. In a small amount of time, by just simply going to some breakout groups, you create a lot of trust and engagement than you might otherwise. And we've got the benefit of being in person.
I think one of the things I'd like to give some credit to is the willingness to be vulnerable, right? I mean, you sharing your own personal stories is a critical part of building that trust. Otherwise, if you kind of take the purely, I'm the objective interviewer and I'm kind of this black box of machine of questions,
Yeah.
it's very hard to build that connection and that trust.
It is. And that was feedback I got from a very painful 360 that I went through at 2 companies ago. And one of it was like, you have to be a little bit more vulnerable. Like, your team wants to see that vulnerability, and, you know, people will respond with it. But you're right. It's a risk that you have to take. Okay. Curtis is saying we're done. All right. So thank you, everyone.
All right, great. So we're going to set up for our next presenter. Well done, Bernie. One person I don't enjoy having him in before I feel like he's done. So, but next up, so this gentleman has been up here a couple times, so I'll step back. What's that? Yeah, go ahead. So, oh, you do. All right. So first of all, I don't know if anybody's gotten to know Ben, but a very nice gentleman. He's got some great insight on how to find spy cameras in your Airbnb. So catch him right. But secondly, he might be the only farmer in the room too. So that is another fact. But also great technologist, and I'm looking forward to hearing what you have to share.
All right, cool. Thank you.
Sure, good.
All right, I will take that on.
You have your power card, yeah.
I need just the. Thank you.
You need the
I
toggle
cannot
for-
plug that in. My computer will stop working.
Okay, this one, we need this one? Is it anything to do with the
That's like
streaming?
power,
No. Oh.
Just
This
need,
was power.
Oh, this is audio.
I've
Oh,
got
this is audio.
no audio, just HDMI in.
And that's okay with the live streaming?
Yeah.
Okay. Cameras.
Yeah. All right, very good. All right, well, thank you. We're closing it out here, and I hope to make this a conversation. So I welcome your questions at any time. Just stick your hand up. We'll get a mic to you. Just really going to share a little bit about my journey at Unum. I've been in the e-learning, the digital learning world for 22 years or more. Actually, my first digital learning course was in 1990 when they started putting hard drives inside of computers. People didn't really get it, and so I had batch-based login screen where you could hit the F1 key and you could get some help and learn how to use the biomedical system before you called me, because that was much more efficient. Been at Unum for 11, going on 12 years here, and just going to take you a little bit on the journey of what it looks like at a large corporation from going a very federated and distributed model of learning and development to a centralized model. So the centralization, there was someone here from Boston Consulting Group, so I guess I can thank them for this because BCG came in, did a pitch to our CEO a good 4 years ago, and then said, this is terribly inefficient, and I agree. And they started a centralization exercise. And one of the, I think, fundamentally well-done things is that they decided that it was not going to be decentralized to, reduced waste. We're going to centralize to create efficiencies and support more. So there was no reduction in personnel in the centralization. We wanted to drive Unum's business growth through the growth of our employees and have a central mission, vision, and a set of goals that we could all march to. And have a budget that would allow us to bring in technologies and capabilities and deliver professional services that would create accessible and personalized learning, foster a learning culture, drive engagement, retention. So learning and development opportunities always come up on the retention surveys, the stay surveys, the leave surveys. So really gets us to focus in a centralized way, in a strategic way, and solving enterprise problems. And, we've told our value story well enough, and the leadership understands how to bring L&D, and we're a part of the talent management organization under that umbrella. And we're now viewed as a critical business enabler instead of just a necessary component of the business. So a little bit of timeline here. So 2018, there was a corporate training department, there was a talent development area, there was CorpCom, led the intranet. The intranet was filled with Word documents. We had 18 operational area training departments, 2 policy and procedure organizations, many unknown and uncharacterized policy and procedure organizations that had shadow SharePoint sites. There was a SharePoint site there was more SharePoint sites than employees in the company in 2018. And there were 4 independently managed LMSs run by different people with different goals and not out of the same budget. So transformation began in 2019. They brought all digital learning folks together first. I guess they thought they were the easiest ones to tackle. The ones the business understood least so that they could be removed from the business without a lot of angst. When we pulled all of the classroom trainers into L&D, there was a lot of angst from the business, so we can talk about that. At the same time, policy and procedure, all of the written documentation for the company was consolidated, and There were teams from many different business units that were individuals that were moved into some centralized teams for the front end of the house and the back end of the house. And we started to consolidate our approach to the tech stack, basically. In 2020, we brought all of L&D professionals together underneath talent management so that we could think holistically and strategically about hiring people, developing them, sustaining their growth in their professional career, and supporting them as they transitioned to other jobs or transitioned out of the company. We have 5 centers of excellence in L&D. I have another slide that kind of highlights this, but we have a learning delivery team. There are almost 60 classroom trainers, I guess you could say. It's all virtual, except for a very, I guess you could say, a product line that's change averse, that really wants everyone to show up in the classroom. And I think that'll change because they can't get enough people that want to sit in a classroom and show up 5 days a week to work, because we're all on a flex schedule now. Digital learning team, I have 32 on the team, and it is made up of designer developers, some project managers, some technologists, and some documentation writers. We have them as learning consultants. We teach them adult learning theory. We teach them instructional design. So all of the content that's created, whether it's a policy, whether it's a process, the written word is expressed with a focus on helping people do the work as simply and as clearly as possible. And we still have 3 centrally managed LMSs. Can't get rid of the LMSs, and we focused more because they're delivering the right capabilities to the right audiences. So primarily we focus on the user experience and stitching together a user experience that works instead of seems as fractured as it could. And so we're driving now an enterprise learning culture, trying to deliver 15 hours of learning time benefit to all employees. Finance, IT, they're all about it. Contact centers, like everyone's on mandatory overtime because we have all these calls, right, because of COVID. So maybe next year. So trying to navigate those waters and deliver a universal benefit across the company to help with the opportunities to learn and grow your skills and your career. We continue to tell the value story of L&D to our operational leadership, the executive leadership. So we're organized in HR is under people and communications under umbrella. So HR, talent, total rewards, communications, all under operational leadership of people and communications. And that group didn't necessarily understand what L&D did. What business skill development looks like. So telling them the value story has helped them to understand that continual investment in our space enables business growth and customer satisfaction. And of course, still have 3 LMSs, and now we have at least 1 enterprise knowledge management system. So a couple years ago, we brought in a knowledge base. We took all of those Word documents, we applied some interesting architecture and content management techniques and role-based content so that a role, when they do a search, they only find content relevant to their work duties. They hopefully get smart answers if they typed in a sophisticated search with a question. AI engine will have kind of indexed that content to surface the right kind of answers so that they can quickly get to the work, because they're really trying to make it a task-focused support system. So our 5 centers of excellence, we have learning business partners. We have 5 of them. They are the interface of the L&D department to the business. They are strategic advisors to senior leaders. They show up in operational leadership, senior staff meetings on a regular basis. Some of them, it depends on the organization, they sit in staff meetings and they are all, no matter what, trusted advisors. They're the conduit of work into L&D, and they help us to prioritize the work because there are in any enterprise, there are a lot of different competing priorities. How do we evaluate which one we go after first? How much resource, time, energy, and effort we spend on what? So they really help us to kind of characterize, quantify, qualify the work as we do it. Learning delivery team, that is our traditional classroom training approach. 2, 4, 6, 8, 16, 52-week training courses, depending upon if you're an actuary or if you're someone in the contact center that has relatively straightforward duties. There are a whole bunch of them, and there's a lot of focus on new hire there. And so my team helps them drive engagement with learners, create digital-based curriculum structures so that the information that new learners need is at their fingertips. It's easy to go back to, it's easy to refer to, it's easy to go ahead so that in a classroom of 15 that you're trying to manage that cohort through 4 weeks of learning, you can allow some people to go ahead while some other people stay behind, and you can start the day. We have learning consultants now that we have digitally delivered curriculum support. They can start the day reviewing with some of the class while they're does an independent study. You all merge together around lunch, and so it's been really helpful. There's a talent development team that's focused on your classic, leadership development activities, or professional development program pipelines, actuarial development, finance development. And so they do a great job with creating the programmatic structures that help people advance in their careers. We have a curriculum creation team, creation and curation team, and they're the ones that really help do a lot of the sophisticated work with the vendors. Hey, we need to stitch content together from Coursera, LinkedIn, internally developed content, and create a learning pathway that people can digest and go to. And so there's a team of 5 that really focuses on that work, and does a great job kind of creating these learning pathways that are discoverable on the corporate intranet and the business department homepages. You're a life event specialist and you want to move to the next level. Here's what some other people have, courses they have taken. So it's like our manual recommendation engine. We do not have an LXP sitting on top of things, magically doing it for us. We have a team of 5 that are really paying attention to curating the experiences that people might benefit from. And we have my digital learning team. There's 32 of us. We have a team of about 13 content developers. E-learning, we mostly focus on the Articulate suite of tools, and we do a lot of blending with video that's available through LinkedIn, through Coursera. We blend them into learning experiences. We use Articulate in pretty sophisticated ways. We bake gaming concepts and capabilities into the experience. You heard me say maybe I hate next buttons, so I always challenge my team, do not have a next button. Figure out a way to create engagement, to move people automatically through stuff that should be moved automatically through, sit back and watch when they should, and to engage, discover, explore, and practice at all possible times. Okay, any questions there? I'm moving pretty quickly here about the structure, but this is the structure. We decided these 5 center of excellences were the really key ways to differentiate and create buckets of knowledge and capability, because a lot of us were wearing all of these hats at one time, but now we get to have people focus in those spaces. So what does a digital learning team look like today? So I have a director of learning that manages the learning solutions team. These are the kinds of things that the developers do on a daily basis. A lot of skills-based training. How do I calculate last day worked? If I am a leave specialist, it is amazingly complicated to actually determine what the last day worked should be. A lot of variables there. And we continually are asked to create externally, mostly internally facing, but we continue to deliver the kind of professional services that the company says, wow, we want more of that. So we create more and more externally facing content, and that's become enough of a challenge that we're wondering if we just stand up sufficient resources to not kind of do it off the side of our desks and do it informally and do it kind of as a favor because that executive asked for it. And so we're moving in a direction of really kind of insourcing stuff that marketing was doing, some stuff that we had external contract help for support in that external space. And HR typically was creating a lot of playbooks, a manager playbook, workshop playbooks. And so one of the things that we've leaned into recently is kind of professionalizing what that content looks like. What are the resources that our professionals that guide coaching and mentoring sessions that help new managers be effective? What are those playbooks? We have different roles that are responsible for teaching business skills, but they used to do it in all kinds of different ways. So let's codify that. Let's give them a playbook to work from, tools, templates, and recommendations. So you can see kind of some of the kind of output. On a quarterly basis, we're creating about 75 learning experiences that are digital, that are delivered through Workday. We have ULearn as our sales enablement platform. We're starting to use it in some of the benefit operations areas, and we have a lot of content that we publish there. We publish WalkMe assisted help, so that lays on top of the tool. And I don't know if you've used WalkMe before or other digital adoption tools. It's super important to me that it seems like it's part of the tool. I do not want you knowing that there's a little paper, it's not the Microsoft paperclip that's like waiting for you to ask it a question that has no idea how to answer. It looks like it's part of the tool. It's a lovely toolbox. There are others out there, but you can design buttons and features and capabilities that look like they're part of the system and do things that we could only teach to before. So for instance, 2 out of 100 times you have to set up an ADA file if this one screen says something. So we used to pull people out of the workflow. We'd say, hey, 2 out of 100 times this screen is gonna say this. Let's do some practice. This is what it looks like. Don't forget, good luck. And so instead of having to do that now, we have WalkMe analyze whether 2 fields say a particular thing on a screen. If they do, there's a notice that pops up on the screen that says, hey, you need to set up an ADA file. And we no longer have to teach to that capability. And the business is asking, like, is that training? I'm like, it used to be. We know how to do the tech stuff. I want to train you how to do this. So if you have someone that's minded in a way to do this, I'd love to skill them up, how to be a co-partner in the developing of this business solution content, this performance support content. We'll be your editor and publisher and manage the tech stack. Learning Hub, that's where we're at in the corporate intranet. And so we have a lot of actively engaged learners. So the company size is around 10,500. We're seeing, 2,100 to 2,500 active users in the Learning Hub, taking a look at the homepage, finding content, asking for more, trying to deliver more. And is our knowledge base. And so you can see what kind of consumption looks like there. And processes and technical support is often, hey, something could work better, or the find feature doesn't work, is not surfacing this answer. And I know everyone on my team is searching for this kind of thing. Can you make that appear if we search for that kind of thing? And so we'll say, yes, let's take a look at that. And so I have the knowledge solutions team, learning solutions team. You can see what's up there, but the knowledge solutions team does an amazing job. They take it with grace. We'll talk about what it looks like, and we've heard a bit of what it looks like to build a high functioning team. But we'll have things happen to us like, hey, we're going to change this role to customer support specialist. I need you to scrub the knowledge base. Make sure that we're going to change that old role name to customer support specialist. Okay, got it. We run through 52 hours of work. We logged across the team to make that happen. And they're like, that was client support specialist. We missed that. I'm like, we needed officer sign off. We had officer sign off on it. Officer of the company got it wrong too. Did the team fuss and complain? No, we sucked it up. We divided up the work. We got it done. So it's we really focus on the service. We're a service-oriented company. So we really focus on delivering services and the kind of partnership that the enterprise needs. And helping me manage our tech stack, really our 3 learning solutions managers. Amongst them, we divide up all of our different technologies and have them responsible for the learning management systems, the knowledge management system, vendor stuff. I'm trying to bring in, I mentioned some sophisticated practice where we film the live work and use their tool to redact it, but the non-redacted stuff is there in the cloud to begin with, so we're kind of navigating through that. But when I need to bring in a solution, I can lean into a learning solutions manager to be there with me to help to manage that capability stack and strategically deploy those capabilities, because it's most likely that it's not just my team using or consuming those capabilities. Those capabilities are often distributed to business leaders, managers, and they're the ones that are responsible for it. And so some of our priorities overall in the learning and development team, 80% of our work is in that first bullet. What are our core essential services and programs for delivering the knowledge and skill that the business needs, that employees need in the business to do the good work? We do have a lot of focus this year in the skills space. We're trying to develop a sophisticated taxonomy and ontology of all the skills. We are a Workday customer, very early adopter. I have very mixed feelings about that, but we're trying to work with their environment and structure what we have so that we can create all of the right metadata for all of the content that we have deployed. And so that recommendations will start to be surfaced for folks. We can create maybe more automated learning pathways and not have to do it so manually. The Emerging Skills Network is a really great venture where we are kind of engaging these teams of resources. There's probably a few hundred people involved in this thing that is this Emerging Skills Network, where we're engaging with all of the different business units to identify the key skills that align to job descriptions, that align to the team output, really kind of codify them and determine, okay, great, what are the skills that we know we need in those roles? What are the skills that we need to develop? Where is the business going, and match those things so that way we can create the right programs, deliver the right content to help move people from Python to R, or move people from an individual contributor to a manager. I mentioned the dedicated learning time benefit that we're trying to deploy. We have moved beyond just regular tuition reimbursement paradigm into certifications. Still trying to land that, because you can get certified in an amazing array of things. So probably not basket weaving, but probably yes to Python if you want that. So and allowing it to come from company funds and not your personal funds. So still trying to land that. I think we're pretty close to having the governance and policy written down on that. And digital badging. Badging is fascinating. I've had some great conversations with colleagues over at IBM. They're like, everyone needs a badge. It's amazing. Give everyone badges. Well, they have like thousands of badges in their space. And now it works in some ways. It's messy in other ways. And what I've learned is that, particularly through our inclusion and diversity leadership, that there's probably more risk than reward in the badging space. We're going slow. We're being careful. And as old companies usually do, we're going to try to make sure we get it right before we deploy something that could potentially be disruptive or misaligned to our overarching goals. Redesigning our mentoring program, really focused on manager effectiveness. Great Resignation means we have a lot of new managers. Expertise levels have really gone down, so we're pushing people into new roles, new capabilities. We have almost the right staffing levels, but we don't have the right expertise levels. So really focusing on the manager space and the skills space to help everyone have the capabilities that they need in whatever their role happens to be. And we're baking I&D into everything. We have an amazing leader in that space, delivering some really good programs, programming, and shifting our mindset and perspectives. And I guess one of the biggest things that we're leaning into from an I&D perspective is a diversity of thought. And breaking it down to that being the root of what we want to deliver is diversity of thought. And that comes with a lot of other requirements, but that if we have diversity of thought, you have representation in the room from all kinds of different voices and perspectives, then we're going to make the company better. And we're trying to transform the learning experience with dedicated practice, and practice that has assessment capabilities built in, so you can sit back and watch. You can sit back, watch, and practice. Or we can say, I wonder, can you do? And we can give you the same kind of thing, capture all of the data as you go through a simulated experience of marking up last day worked, and determine how well you actually do it. We know that our numbers aren't where they need to be in a lot of different places, but we don't know what the contributing factors are. So we're going to lean hard into delivering assessments to better gauge where the gaps are and deliver those remedies. And so how do you sustain a center of excellence? There's great conversations that I've had with a bunch of you. And so one of the things we lean into is teams. I have a distributed team, California, Massachusetts, Tennessee, Maine, and we have a digital learning team chat. You can see I've got 35 folks in there, some of my leadership, all of my team, and we tell dad jokes. I guess that's one of the things that we just kind of roll with. We have recurring dad joke themes, and so I get to share that I heard a dad joke on the street the other day. It's like, oh, you hear about the kidnapping? Classic Philly thing. And you're like, oh, it's all good. The kid woke up. Like, when I don't know, dad jokes are a thing everywhere now. So I give that a shout out, right? And my colleague Lisa Lavoie is like, hey, you got to have gallows humor while in Philly, right? She knows she's from New York. So I said, yeah. So I took my Artie, like, stripped bike photo. Because I lived in Philly and I had that happen to me. It doesn't take very long. So we really lean into developing top skills and developing needed skills. We create an environment of trust. I will tell them if I think that our policies are BS, but we have to go along with them because that's what our leader wants. And know how to create the operational optimism that we need to move forward as a team with the adversity that we experience, whether that's in some of the messaging, some of the things that we just end up having to do. How do you deal with toxic or derailing employees? I recommend that you don't hire them, even if they are top performers. And if they come from internal, other departments internally, it's kind of easy to know. People have a track record. We create intentionally collaborative work opportunities. We pair people up. I have people from the Knowledge Solutions team work with the Learning Solutions team and work with the Learning Solutions manager and partner on delivering capabilities on projects and develop skills and lean into, hey, great, if we have a video, we have someone that was a zombie on The Walking Dead that's a developer on my team, knows all about video production. So compliance, one of the ways we make compliance fun is we create really interesting stories that make you wonder and are just on the edge of being acceptable. And we try to get a chuckle out of people. And so we always pair a few other newer team members with this gentleman so that they learn the video production, audio production skills, storytelling skills that create engaging content. And not just leave it in his hands because he can do it most efficiently. Sometimes you need to create slightly inefficient work scenarios so that you can bring up the level of all of your team. So you heard me that I'll speak truth to power and to the team. I focus on removing obstacles and being an enabler. Leverage facts, data, logic with a lot of empathy. And we have this professional standards and outputs that the company says, yeah, we want more of. And that's how we really tell our value story. We'd go pitch our value story on a quarterly basis. We tell them our numbers. And at first it was like, we were getting questions like, wow, these are a lot of numbers and you're really expensive. So what? I'm like, glad you asked. Let me tell you some stories now. And so now we've moved beyond numbers. Last year was all about telling the numbers and helping people to wrap their heads around the numbers that they were seeing because they made no sense to operational leadership, people in communication leadership that just was unfamiliar with training 10,500 people in all the aspects of the insurance work that they do. But now we've moved beyond the numbers. We do support our stories with numbers, but while we're telling stories on a quarterly basis instead of so much of the facts. So that's what I had to share with you today. Little journey that we took at Unum. I love collegial context, so check me out on LinkedIn. We can chat. Love to share notes and hear your stories and challenges, and I'm sure they're very similar. So love to connect and love any questions that you have.
So when you think about the entire journey that you went on with that transformation, what would you identify as the biggest challenge and then also the biggest success point?
I think the biggest challenge was the enterprise leadership, really understanding the value proposition. Because so BCG comes in and says, you can create a lot of operational efficiency and strategic alignment if you bring everyone together. Enterprise leadership was like, great, let's do that. And so we didn't even know how many training departments there were across the enterprise. Turns out there were 18. I would have guessed 12. Okay, so it was pretty amazing. So understanding what we had helping our leadership understand the value that existed before. So when I brought in the knowledge management system, they're like, gosh, Ben, that costs $800,000 a year. That's crazy. I'm like, oh, you spend $800,000 a year on inside our corporate intranet. It's basically free now because we're a Microsoft shop and you're using SharePoint online to deliver the corporate intranet. You used to spend $800,000 on Oracle for a Word-based document filing system. So we're delivering better capabilities at the same price. So it's a lot about storytelling. So it was super challenging. We got a lot of questions, had to show up in front of a lot of people, and with facts, data, and logic, say, hey, this was a great transformation. Thank you. Now we can have strategic approaches to this work. We can bring in the right talent and capabilities. We can insource stuff that we paid 2, 3, 4 times more to outsource, and deliver a much better product, much quicker than we could have before. Thank you. Love any other questions that you have. Any other questions? Is it time up? I don't know where we are with time, but.
Another round of applause for Ben. Thank you, Ben. Appreciate it. Awesome. Well, we're wrapping up. So we have one last presenter. So a couple quick reminders. Leave your survey. Once we're complete, we'll just leave them on the table. Is that fine, Shireen? Yep. Or hand it off you. Whatever you're comfortable. Secondly, many of us are probably interested in the presentation. So those that can be shared, Shireen mentioned that they'll be uploaded to the website in about a week. And so that'll be, will you notify us when that's out there? There'll be some communication sent out too on that. So that'll be great. So our next presenter, final presenter, probably the toughest spot in the whole conference. So David, I will welcome you back up for another last closing presentation. Welcome, David. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, wait, the clicker is.
Oh, wait, hang on, that's not it then.
Okay. Also, the clicker is. I think this is the one for the clicker,
This
right?
is the top for the.
I'm not getting anything into it.
Oh, I think it's better to do it. I don't want to.
Pardon me?
Try the other side.
Perfect. Okay. That works. Okay. All right. All right. Well, thank you so much for sticking around for the final talk of the conference. I'm David Guralnick. I met many of you, probably all of you earlier, and many of you over the past years. And I'm going to talk a little bit about reimagining online learning. What does that mean? What different kinds of things can we do in the future of learning using technology? I want to start off with a story from a long, long time ago. Bernie mentioned earlier that I like to talk about people's best learning experiences, and this is actually a memorable learning experience of mine, which is from when I was in 5th grade, which is quite some time ago. So this is it's my elementary school. This is outside Washington, D.C., Rockville, Maryland. It's called Green Acres School. It's a great school. Still around. And we had a project when I was in 5th grade that involved learning about state governments. And this was a very progressive school. Everything was project-based. Everything was done, kind of a very informal, personalized way. And so rather than memorize the facts about states, we were given a task. We were asked to pick any state that we wanted and to put together a scrapbook that showed the key things about the states, the state bird, the key state laws, kind of give you a feel for it for the different state. So the end product looks something like this. I chose Pennsylvania because I was born there. I lived there for 1 year, knew nothing about it. So it was meaningful to me. And this was, I've used this before, and I've tried to find my actual scrapbook it must be in my parents' garage because no matter how old you get, things stay in your parents' garage. I haven't found it. So this is the best I got. It looks something like this. This actually probably looks better than what I put together in 5th grade, quite honestly. But this was a really interesting project, and the logistics were kind of the way, it was very much more like almost a graduate course. We had 1 teacher and 15 students in the class. And during this project, what you would do is you would meet with your teacher periodically, like kind of weekly, as I recall. And we talk about things informally as well. And you would also talk about this project with other students, with your friends. You'd be, at recess and, we'd do other things and play sports, do all the things we did, but we'd also talk about, they say, oh, I found that you call the Chamber of Commerce and they'll actually send you something. Well, I know there's a Chamber of Commerce. Where's that? What's that? And so you learned in a lot of different ways and you worked together in a lot of different ways. And when you met with the teacher, she wasn't telling you, go here, go do this, go to the library, go do that. I mean, there was no internet to look up things, or there's no web anyway to look up things at that time. But she didn't tell you what to do, but it was much more of a coach model. It was much more of a, she might have suggestions if you were stuck. She might suggest some things that you could try. You could write letters. You could make phone calls. There were things you could do, but it wasn't just library research. It was a much more broad-based project. And the entire way that you were treated was not like, even though you were a 10-year-old who really didn't know what you were doing, you were treated kind of like an adult, right? It was, what are your ideas? And we often had ideas. 1 teacher, 15 students. We did have some budget. These were the days where long distance calls cost, $3 for the first 3 minutes or whatever. We had some budget, so we were a rich school by those standards to have that. And we were very much encouraged to talk with each other about the project. These were, it was not a competitive environment. It was a collaborative environment. And that stretched well beyond this project. It was part of the culture of the school, but it was, collaborative in these ways. Everybody wanted to do the best they could, but you weren't, if you found out about the Chamber of Commerce, you weren't going to withhold that information from your friend so that you could get a better grade. You actually didn't have grades. You got evaluated. Don't get me wrong. They really evaluated you, but you did not have grades. So this is a really interesting experience. Here it is, many, many, many years later, and I still talk about it. Why was this such a good experience? One was it was learning by doing. We did something, right? So we didn't do, we didn't get to be the governor of the state. It wasn't quite exactly a simulation in that sense. But we did something, right? We weren't sitting absorbing facts. We weren't even just going to the library and reading the basic facts. We were really asked to do something. And that gets to the second point, which is that there was a constructivism element to this, right? We were building something. We're creating something. My scrapbook didn't look like somebody else's scrapbook. Some ways, probably uglier. Some ways, it might have had some cool things that nobody else thought of. I don't know. But it was very much you're really building and creating something. There was a one-on-one coaching and mentoring aspect to this, right? The way that the teacher's role was not stand up and just tell you what to go do, or even when you met to just go tell you what to do. She was there as a mentor. She would ask you for your thoughts, as I mentioned. She would give you suggestions, but really work with you. Collaboration with other students. And overall, this got an emotional connection to the project, right? In all different ways, like from the beginning of the project, just by letting us pick a state, there's an emotional connection, right? Just that level of choice, that level of, I have some, I have a say in this. It would have been a much less interesting project if it was about, Montana. No offense to Montana, but I have no personal connection to Montana. I have a personal connection to Pennsylvania. And that, for me, was already the beginning of making this project interesting. So these are all really interesting, key elements. I really enjoyed the school. And when I was in 6th grade, we moved and had to change schools. And I had to change to a much more traditional model of education. And it was a shock. I just think I'm almost over it, maybe. I'm not sure I'm over it yet. I'm getting close. It's only been how many years? 40, 50? I don't know how many years it's been. So this is a traditional school that I went to. And one of the things that we did when I was in 7th grade, we were studying grammar. And we were asked to memorize and write down as part of a quiz the 12 key rules of capitalization and punctuation. Apparently there are 12. I actually think there are a lot more if we count punctuation, but the 12 key rules of capitalization and punctuation. And I didn't actually fully believe that this was a real assignment coming from the school that I'd been to, where school didn't work like this. But also, it's not a very effective assignment, right? I was good at memorizing. I got them right. What did that help me do, right? If I were a computer, that would be really valuable. If I were myself a computer, I would be able to evaluate grammar by saying, hey, look, this is wrong. Let me check the rules. But that isn't really the way that we learn. That isn't the way that we perform, right? So there was no practice. There was no attempt at, really tying this to the writing that we were doing. We weren't analyzing writing, we were simply memorizing. And there really wasn't an emotional connection, right? Like I felt devoid of agency, right? Like what happened? When I was 10, I got some decisions. I could make decisions about my own learning experiences. Now here I am a year later, I don't get to decide anything. What happened? And now it was a really, really big difference. Let's take a step in a different direction. So you may be wondering what does this have to do with technology, and it will all get tied together. When new technologies come about, they do different things. So we're going to tie all this together in a little bit, but let's talk about different methods of interaction. So a little bit of a technology history. Radio was sound, right? Radio was sound. It's all you can do. Listen, you can tune to different stations and you can listen, which is great. Television, you added pictures. So when you have TV, you don't really want, you don't tell stories in the same way on television. It's not just radio plus pictures. I think a lot of the early stuff maybe was a little bit radio plus pictures, right? And sometimes that can work, right? Sometimes there are talk shows that are simulcast or whatever, and that's probably fine. But you can do a lot more interesting things because you have different capabilities. We had VCRs, that changed a lot of things. Okay, you used to just watch TV. Now you could decide not to watch TV. You could change your time. You could watch it at a different time. You could skip through the commercials. You could watch parts again that you wanted, completely change the way you could interact with something when you chose to do it. A little bit of an effort. You had to remember to program it. They weren't always that easy to use. Those of us who were around then remember the flashing clocks at 12 o'clock that nobody could ever figure out how to fix. There were definitely some challenges with VCRs, but the things you could do were different. Video games added more joysticks and different methods of interaction and different controllers. Certainly computers go up there with standard mouse interface and all the different things that we do, tablets, phones, whatever, and here we are moving forward. But the interesting thing is that each new technology lets you do different things. We don't want to just do the same thing with every new technology. We want to think about what does that technology afford? What does that enable us to do? We talked a lot about VR this morning. Virtual reality gives us a lot of different opportunities to really be immersed in an environment. The newer headsets, I think, are much better with gesture control, at least the newer ones that are mainstream. I think the current version of Quest is a lot better than the earlier ones. And that's a big thing. You really want to be able to do more than just watch. You want to be able to interact. So when we want to design experiences, we want to design experiences around the capabilities that we have. So it's not just, let's take a class and put it in a virtual world. It's, let's think about what kind of simulations might work or what kind of other experiences might work that will take advantage of the technology that we have. VR is still popular. This is from about a year ago from the Learning Guild. A lot of people, about almost 2/3 of the organizations interviewed or responded to the survey plan to use VR. Augmented reality, we didn't really get a chance to talk about that much this morning or really at all in the panel. Where you take the real world and you layer something on top of it. So here's, a newer version of Google Maps, at least in the one that I have, where you get to see sort of where some things are a little bit more. AR has all kinds of opportunities in learning for, VR may be great for simulations and I'm sure some other things. AR is great for just in time, right? There are things that we train that we don't need to train for a lot of reasons, but there are a lot more things that we don't need to train when you can change people's processes, and you can change them in some ways by giving them just-in-time performance support using augmented reality and make the job easier. I think there's a blurred line between what's performance support and what's just changing the process, but it sort of doesn't matter in either way, right? In the end, the goal is how do we improve performance, and augmented reality can really, really help. Okay, AR is also popular. Interestingly, more popular in the survey. I don't know that's significantly more popular, but more popular nonetheless. Another interesting thing coming down the line and starting to see a little bit, holograms where they get projected. There are a couple companies doing interesting things with holograms right now. It's pretty pricey. I do actually have a colleague from Italy who's working a lot in the US as well, doing medical simulations where they project. They kind of have to have a special room, but they're getting better at that. They project kind of the patient, and people do some things interacting with it, and it's actually really cool looking. And they're just kind of getting more and more advanced with that. So again, you can see more and more interesting things with technology if you use it in the right way. Artificial intelligence was part of my own background. I think there's a lot of talk about AI and adaptive learning, which I think is great. There's a lot of think there's a lot of opportunity for AI to really infuse the kind of experience that you have, to make things personal, to provide intelligent coaching. And I'll give an example at the end of this talk about what that might look like. So many more wearables. There are going to be things we can do, right? All of this to me is part of what can be part of L&D, part of improving performance as things become, usually they seem to start in the consumer market and migrate into the workplace. After I guess several years of fighting with IT security and everybody else, and we've heard the stories already. But wearables are one. You see some of the speech-enabled systems. 5G networks are rolling out, and still. Well, on my Verizon phone, still a little iffy at this point, but getting closer, which will give people faster networks anywhere. Again, as long as IT is okay with it. Foldable screens, rollable screens. That's technology I thought was just a little more ahead than it really has been. But it gives you a lot of opportunities. Once it really gets there, you can start with something that's a small thing in your pocket, and it gets a lot bigger. I have a phone that's actually pretty surprisingly decent. My phone, you probably can't know how well you can see this, but this is my little Samsung Galaxy Flip, which when it folds to be the size of an old flip phone, and it opens to a pretty decent looking screen. There's a little crease in the middle, and it really doesn't bother me. I was very much on the fence about whether I wanted to get this phone, and I've really enjoyed it. And I like carrying something that, that's smaller and folds up. So, when this gets better, you can unfold larger screens. You can do things, that need more screen real estate when you want and have a lot more opportunities. Last thing on the right is a brainwave headset, and I don't fully know what I think about these yet, about how well they work and how I feel about them, where you can control things by sort of theoretically thinking about it. This is not something I've tested. It does, it's an interesting idea. Could you do a customer service simulation where, your anger that the customer would sense through some combination of body language and something that, you may not know you're giving off? It would be really interesting to have a simulation that captured that online. You could get that experience in a safe environment. Probably are some tricks in it. Bernie asked earlier about acceptance of VR and some other things. This one seems a few steps away in terms of getting people to accept it in, anywhere in their lives, but it's an interesting thing to consider nonetheless. So then the big question, is what kind of experiences can we create? So we have new technologies. New technologies are rolling out all the time. I vividly remember some of the early mobile learning experiences that kind of looked like desktop learning experiences, right? And that was never the right thing to do, right? Mobile is it's different. There might be some commonalities. There might be some times where you would do the same kinds of things, but basically mobile itself has all sorts of things. First of all, it's with you. It's mobile. It knows where you are. You have it when you want it. It gives you just-in-time opportunities. It also has a smaller screen. So you want to take all those into account. Some key underlying themes, I think, in designing any kind of learning experience. Learning by doing, which I mentioned from my own experience. Letting you fail has come up a lot. It's always a long time, something I've written about for a long time and been involved in, and it's great to hear the freedom to fail in a safe environment. Another concept is situated learning. There's a paper by Alan Collins and John Seeley Brown and Paul Duguid from 89. If you read academic papers, that was on situated learning. That's one of the seminal works in the field. Situated learning meaning that you learn best in context, right? You learn in an authentic, actual context, and you're learning knowledge in the context in which you're going to use it. So much of traditional education has evolved into knowledge that's not really contextualized, and it's great that I could recite the 12 rules of capitalization, punctuation. I can no longer do that, which is another thing. But even if I could, what would I do with that? Write them all down and map against them as I write? It's not going to be the most efficient way to work. It's not going to be a comfortable way to work. Coaching, guidance, and feedback. You put people in these experiences and you want people to have the opportunity to get assistance to help them through it, help you learn to make good decisions, help you if you don't make the right decision. Feedback can come in all sorts of ways. Sometimes it's from some kind of coaching component. Sometimes it's from the environment of the experience. It's one of the advantages of online experiences. We talked before about, and Bernie's talked about being a manager. I've managed people as part of my job. It's not my primary job, but it's certainly something I've done. I don't necessarily know if I'm good at it because no one really tells you. Maybe they tell you. I try to get people to tell me. I think, there are a lot of 360 feedback, a lot of things that give you good feedback. Does everyone really tell you how they're really feeling? I don't know. I think I've gotten some good feedback. I think there are probably people who haven't felt comfortable giving feedback or haven't given it. If you put someone in a simulation, you can force people to encounter situations that are important for them to encounter, and you can give them feedback, in that way from the environment. You might, have somebody quit on you. There are things that can, and again, in a safe environment. So really 2 points to that. One is that the feedback is in a safe environment. I think the other is that you can structure the situation so people will encounter things that they might not encounter in real life. Because that's the other part. There might be things that I, don't know how to handle because I simply have not encountered them. Okay. Collaborative learning certainly comes up more and more. We talked a lot about that I talked about that in my 5th grade presentation, and obviously people working with their peers. Just-in-time performance support is another key underlying theme. I feel like that's, it's an awkward term, and it feels like it needs, performance support to me needs a marketing campaign, I think is what it needs. The idea that you don't, the old idea was you need to be trained in order to do something. And here, there's so much you can do just in time that you just don't need to know, right? The classic example was always directions. Back in the old days, you would study directions and you'd have your maps and they would be performance support. But if you're driving by yourself, you couldn't really do that. Now we have GPS, right? I mean, now it's, first it was a GPS in the car, now it's Google Maps. I don't really need to learn how to go anywhere, right? There's no reason I need to be trained what the, best route is from one place to the next. Interestingly, though, what happens is if I do, I live in New York, I don't really drive that much, but when I do, it's on a trip and somewhere unfamiliar. And if I take the same route several times, I get to know it, right? So if there are tasks that you perform repeatedly, you get performance support, something to help you do it, something is part of your job, you'll be able to get the job done, and you're going to get better at it, right? The more you do it, the more you get better at it, but you've got that support right there. If I studied, if I had driven from New York here, which I did not, I took the train. If I had studied the route from New York here, maybe I'd remember it, maybe I wouldn't. What if I studied it and took the trip 6 months later? I'm not going to remember that. So there are a lot of things that you get trained on that you get trained on at a time when it's so far away from the point of need that it's not really all that useful. Performance support is just at the moment. Technology is very, very helpful in facilitating performance support. Learning analytics, sort of a critical underlying theme. So much information. Neha talked about that a little bit in our panel, more than a little bit. So much information we can use to improve people's experiences. I'm very much on the side of using those to improve people's experiences and not using them simply to report how they did. I think there's a tendency when there are numbers to say like, here's your very, very detailed performance evaluation. There may be times where that's also helpful, but in terms of what kind of experiences we can provide, hey, if I know you are working in a customer service simulation and you are really good at policy, but you're not really that good at politeness, I can give you another scenario that focuses on politeness. We can go much, much deeper than that. Another concept is user-centered design. This little thing right here is from 2002. You may remember it's by a company called iRiver. It was one of the early MP3 players. And it was a really nice little, device in a lot of ways. It was something that was small. You could carry it with you. You could go running with it. And it was cool to play MP3 files at that time. That wasn't like a thing we took for granted, right? That was new. And, it kind of worked. People used it a little bit, but it never really caught on. And one of the reasons it didn't really catch on was that the process for using it was fairly complicated. It worked like an external hard drive. You plugged it into your PC. I think it only worked on PCs. You would copy a file. You would try to name the song file something that might sound like the song title so you'd remember what it was when you saw it on this little tiny screen. For most people, it was too much work. It was too much effort and too hard to use to make it really worthwhile. Early adopters, great. Some people, I was one of them, did it. But then later, that same year, the first iPod came out. And this was a totally different experience. And it wasn't just that it looked cool. It did look cool. But I think Apple sometimes gets a lot of credit for, or sort of a lot of the success of some of the Apple products is, I think, credited to looks when it really isn't that. The looks are really on top of, on top of design. Steve Jobs actually talked about this too. What was great about the iPod was really how easy the entire system was. You bought things online on a computer, which was an easy thing to do at the time, and you had a big enough screen. You got your files, you had them on your computer, you plug the iPod in, it connects, it downloads whatever it needs, it's got the title, it's got the name, it's got the artist, it's got everything you want, and it was all easy to use. So it was the experience that was better. It wasn't that the technology was better. It was in that sense, it was the experience. Bernie.
So when you say user-centered design,
No, that's a great question for the streaming people. The question was who's the user in the question, in the sense when at the time when a company like mine, an outside company, gets hired, is it the end user or is it the company? Ideally, so there's the ideal answer and there's the sort of practical answer, right? The ideal answer to me is it's the end user, right? And I think that's absolutely what the goal is. The goal is the best product for the end user. There are invariably several stakeholders in any project, and sometimes in my experience there are things from the headquarters side that are necessary and make sense. Sometimes there are things that you're just kind of stuck, right? And I think we heard some of them are IT things, some of them are, this is just, the way it's always been. So it's, I remember doing something way back in kind of the early mid 90s that had, it was a scenario-based program, and it had basically a way to make comments on the performance of the person in the scenario, because teaching coaching for a retail store. And your comments were actually not even directly posted. The idea was they went through, someone at headquarters was going to decide, what got posted and what didn't. But it was still nice. You could still see, what did people think about this scenario? What did other people think? I rated it 4 stars. Somebody else rated it 3 stars. And they also said, oh, I didn't think the person, I thought the person was just a little bit too aggressive in their coaching style. Here's what didn't work for me. That was really interesting. But that got to a certain level. At the 11th hour, it was like about to roll out, and somebody somewhere higher up said, well, we don't really want to do this. We don't want the employees' opinions out there. And so those are times where I feel like that's very much, not the right thing for the user, and it came from somewhere else. That's a great question. All right, so a couple things, couple more things, and then I'll show you a demo, and then we're going to get to the end of the time. Back in the early days, a lot of training was apprenticeships, right? People learn to be a craftsman, they learn by apprenticing to a master craftsman, right? You want to be a blacksmith, you learn from an expert. And this is a really, really good model. You'd learn by doing. You'd start with maybe simpler tasks. Maybe you just start by cleaning. Then you get to maybe help out a little bit and hold something in the fire, and then you get a little bit better. You learn more and more. And you had a mentor. You had someone who was working with you, coaching you, looking at your performance, giving you feedback, getting to know you as a person, getting to know what was important to you, ideally. This is a great model. You don't see that much of it today because it doesn't scale up, right? So there's learn by doing. There was a coach. They weren't just a one-time event. You continue to work, okay? But it doesn't scale up. There weren't enough, when we had to educate more people, there weren't enough coaches to do this. First of all, they had to do their jobs, right? So it gets to a slightly different issue about, we talked earlier in one of the other talks about people who get promoted to being a manager when really they should still, managing isn't their skill and doing is their skill. We've all seen that. But also it just doesn't scale. There was a shortage of experts. There was a shortage of experts who were available. You couldn't get to people. And this is where technology comes in. Technology gives us the ability to do a lot of the things that we want to do in an ideal learning experience. A lot of the things I got out of my 5th grade learning experience, which also did not scale up. You had to be at that school. You had to have that teacher. It was great for the 15 of us. It wasn't so great for everybody else. But you build that kind of thing into a technology system with artificial intelligence helping us coaching, with experiences that are the right kind of experiences for people to learn things that they are interested in or things that they need to learn. And you do that and you can scale up. So looking ahead, some experience design goals, personal relevance, being respectful, I think is another key. They're not small kids. And if they are, I don't think that's the right way to do it. Valuing expertise. We're all equal, but not all equivalent. We're not the same. Everybody's different. Some people have expertise in certain areas. We want to value that. Focus on decisions, judgment, thinking, skills, not memorization. And I take quote knowledge, and I put that in quotes because there's always, there's a sense that knowledge gets equated to information way too much. Like my rules of capitalization, punctuation. And you want people to be able to perform. If you're running an organization, you need people to be able to perform. That's the goal. That's what they want to do. That's what you want them to do. So it's not, it's not particularly helpful to be able to recite back the information that you have. It's can you use it in context? Can you make the right decisions? And, can you make the right decisions in realistic situations, right? Depends on the job. Some jobs have a lot of pressure. Building experiences that, mimic that pressure are really, really helpful. Like with the intense Bank of America bank robbery scene that we didn't get to see because it was too intense. So we create experiences that work with and take advantage of the technology that they designed for. So it gets back to the, what's VR good for? What's AR good for? Where do you work in AI? What's a VCR good for? All of that. So I'm going to wrap up by showing a potential future learning experience. I'll show you a couple. This one's more of an educational one. This is a future student in his room, and he's going to learn about ancient Greece. And he learns about ancient Greece by having it projected in this world that he can then walk through. This is not a world that exists today, but some of this gets closer and closer. Okay. Some of this you can get through some VR, some through holograms. We're not quite there, but he gets to see ancient Greece. And he might ask a question, is that the Acropolis? And he has an AI coach, who in this case says, yes, it is. Actually, she tells you more. There were a number of buildings known as an Acropolis in ancient Greece. This is the one, it's the famous one. He gets a little more information. He might ask, did this always look the same over the years? And she says, yeah, we don't know much about the architectural appearance before the Archaic era. So he's getting some history, but he's getting this, he's not just being asked to memorize, he's asking questions because he's looking at something and getting interested. So there's a level of engagement that comes from, getting the feeling from being there. Now, not everybody can go to Greece at all. You certainly can't go to ancient Greece without traveling in time, although a lot of things are, obviously still around in some form. So this is where technology comes in and lets you see something that you couldn't see. Okay. She can also take some initiative. Let's take a look. Okay. So here we were talking about this entry gate. Let's take a look at the entry gate. He might wonder who Pisistratos was because she mentioned him. She'll talk about him on and on. So he's driving a lot of the learning experience. He has a coach who can help him and pick things up. And this coach over time could know who he is. Get into some data security issues. Okay, there's no question. But this is a coach that ideally would get to know you the way that my 5th grade teacher knew me. Right? Because there were things about that mentorship that were specific to the person. She didn't treat everyone the same. She treated everybody equally, but appropriately for you. Well, okay, well, he wants to do a little more on his own. I'm going to let him go for a little bit. Then I'll try to rein him in if he goes somewhere crazy. This person maybe needs a little bit more of a push. And I get to know you. Okay. Leaving the virtual world and visiting Greece today, you can imagine people with the AI coach there and also with their colleagues. They might all be, working together. They might also all have been working together, looking at the same ancient Greece things. So many things you can do. Key elements, some of the things we talked about, it was experiential, there was coaching, there was feedback. The learner was in control, but assisted and advised. That's always one of the challenges, right? It's like, I feel like at some point that thinking shifted from, we're going to tell you what to do to, well, with social media, everybody can just decide for themselves. And the answer is really somewhere in between, right? Like you want expertise, you want to value expertise. Also, you often need guidance. We don't always know what we want. Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. You go into a restaurant, think about what it'd be like to go into a restaurant without a menu. Okay? You can have anything you want. In some ways, that sounds really good, but then they have questions. First of all, that's kind of an overwhelming decision sometimes, right? The other question is, well, what's good here? What do I not know about? Maybe they have something I've never had before. All of these are questions that you have. So just opening up and saying, just do what you want isn't the answer either. It's somewhere in between. Okay, one quick training experience, and I'll wrap up for the day and for the conference. Here's our same student's got a part-time job in a retail store in this imaginary future, and he can get retail training in the same way. Here's his customer. He can have a little simulation. Can I help you find anything? The AI coach is aware of what he's doing. Make sure you smile and look friendly. So in this world, he's being seen. There's a camera watching him. There's, we have, gesture control. We have some things, and the AI coach is really smart about it. Okay. Again, he can ask, she's going to hold up this, and she'll say, oh, do you have this in a size small? And he can check. And again, this is kind of the short one. Jumping ahead to the end, you can get a little bit of a performance evaluation on wording, tone, facial expressions, overall satisfaction, whatever the things are. So these are legitimate things to be evaluated on. It's not, did I get 10 out of 10 right on the quiz, but it's, did I do the things that I need to do to be really good at customer service? And we can evaluate those much better using newer and newer technology. Okay. Again, key elements, experiential learning, learning by doing, guidance and feedback from a coach, could be from peers, weren't really peers in this one. Realistic performance-based evaluation and assessment. So that's one of the nice things is you're getting evaluated on the things that you really are going to do in the real job. I'm getting evaluated on whether I capitalize and punctuate correctly not whether I know the rules. Okay, again, learner control, and it's an immersive, personalized experience. Okay, wrap up. A couple things I'd say about reimagining learning experiences. Often mixed models, instructor-led, self-directed in different ways. That doesn't necessarily mean in a class. Sometimes there's a coach that's kind of that person. Migrating the role of an instructor, even in an in-person event, to more of a coach mentor, I think is something that relates to all this. Technology can not necessarily, doesn't have to stand on its own. We can build these scenarios and then involve a person, whether it's remote or not. Personalizing learning, leveraging new technologies in the right ways. And I will distribute these bullet points. Using technology to create the right experiences, and creating scalable online activities and courses. So again, that gives you more of a mentorship role. So there are changes, conceptually that go along with technology. Technology lets us scale up, lets the technology handle different parts of the experience, and puts people in different experiences. We had a customer service simulation we did for Target stores a number of years ago, kind of in the early days, where people had to deal with angry customers. It was new at the time. Come up in video, handled them correctly, and there was one guy who was returning a pair of shoes. And he kind of looked like Joe Pesci, and he kind of sounded like Joe Pesci, and he got really angry if he didn't do the right thing. And it was kind of easy to get him, send him off. Sometimes you say the right thing, he'd still kind of get angry. And he was a memorable character, so people would spend time on their breaks talking about this guy. And they talked about the weekends and other stuff. But that was not something they'd ever seen before at Target, right? The idea that you're spending time at training, on your break, talking about training was new and different. And it's because the experience was something that they cared about, and the experience was interesting. And they also had all encountered people who weren't that far from that guy, right? It wasn't totally made up. It was based on real stories. So there's something there in what the technology could do. And then they could talk with their coach. They could talk with their manager about how to handle it. And so it continued. The experience continued after the learning experience itself was over. All right. With that note, I think I am right just about at the time. Thank you so much for sticking around. I don't know if we really have time for questions, but thanks so much for being here.
Thank you. Any quick questions for David before we wrap up? All right, great. Well, thank you, David.
All right, thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Curtis, we have one question.
Awesome. All right, well, question. Great.
I was just curious, in your demonstration, you had the voice artificial intelligence and the coaching model with the simulations. Does that, in that demo, does it build upon what the colleague is saying, or are you programming that in the back end?
I mean, right now, this is a vision, right? So a lot of these things are possible. Some of these things are not possible. I built some things like this, not personally in a lot of years, but with our team. Yeah, I mean, I think certainly the ideal way to do it is absolutely you're building on what they're saying. You're also ideally, the coach can build on the history it has of this person, right? And that's the step that I think we want to really get to. There are data security issues, but I want to get to that point where, you're taking several courses, you're taking several scenarios, you're having lots of different types of learning experiences. I don't want to say courses. And this coach component can get to know a lot about you and use that in different ways. So there might be things like things the coach would point out in ancient Greece, or things that the coach would know to look for, like, okay, well, I know that, David tends to smile too much and he should maybe, tone that down a little bit because, they always think something, something's happening when it's really not. Okay, that's good. They might know that going in. They might know to look for that in that scenario. And so there's a whole lot you can do. It's still, I think we're at the early stages of that, right? I don't know of anything that does all of that now. And I think, but these are things that we can do. That stuff we can start doing much more of, and that's what we're looking for the future. It's a great question. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Thank you. Well, that wraps up our session. I know I didn't have, I think Shireen wanted to come up and say a couple closing remarks. So thank you for your attention and your engagement, and presenters, especially. Phenomenal conference, day and a half. So Shireen, what else would you add?
Well, I didn't have anything in particular. Just wanted to say thank you to everybody for coming here and for your participation and your questions, and to the speakers, to Curtis, the board of advisors, to our great AV guy there. Appreciate it. So please do, again, give us your evaluations. You can leave them on your desk. You can leave them outside. We really do our best to take your feedback and incorporate it when we craft the next conference. So thank you, and safe travels to everyone.
Awesome. Thank you, Shireen. All right, everybody. Have a good day. Safe travels.